Welcome to Bedside Manor by Gas Station Jack. We were 1,000 miles from home when my car gave up the ghost. To be honest, I was surprised we made it as far as we did. My old Nissan had been on life support for the better part of the last decade. Now that it was dead, I almost felt relief. Like the old machine could finally be at peace in the great afterlife in the parking lot in the sky. Of course, that relief was easily outweighed by my newfound panic being stranded in the middle of unfamiliar nowhere. Jerry was under the hood trying to do some sort of dark magic to get the engine up and running again, while I paced the road with my cell phone held over my head, hoping for a single bar connectivity and feeling about as useful as male nipples. This certainly wasn't the highlight of our cross-country road trip, but it wasn't the worst moment either. That particular honor fell upon the roadside marsupial petting zoo. To be fair, this was taking my mind off of all those things I'd left back home, which was the entire purpose of this vacation after all. That's why my friends called it a surprised vacation. Their delicate phrasing conjured a much kinder image of what turned out to be a low-key kidnapping. I got home from my overnight shift to find all of them waiting for me in my living room, intervention style. My roommate Jerry, their mastermind behind it all, had 2 go bags waiting by the front door, and a map plotting our impending road trip to see the Pacific Ocean for the first time in my life. Jerry had been prone to these spontaneous, well-intended, but highly irresponsible gestures for just about as long as I'd known him. At least this time he didn't try to gift me a stray animal that he found. Normally, I would simply say thank you and have to shut it down before things got out of hand. But I wasn't really in the proper headspace to fight back. I had just gone through what can only be described as a traumatic event. Some people close to me died, there was a major misunderstanding with the new sheriff, but that's probably better for another day. Suffice to say, my friends saw what I was going through as a rough patch, and thought it would be good medicine to get me far away from everything for a few days. They made sure that my shifts at the gas station were covered until the end of the week, just long enough for things to get settled down and back to normal. I couldn't blame them for not understanding what was really going on. Hell, I only had a tenuous grasp of it myself. But the doctors assured me everything would be fine now, as long as I just stuck to the plan and took my medicine. After a few long days filled with tourist traps, roadside attractions, cheap motels, and car farts, it looked like we'd finally reached the end of our adventure. We were a few states away from the West Coast, but we were low on money and even lower on time. The trip was about as close to a success as we were likely to ever get. But the car's breakdown was the final straw. I decided to give Jerry a few more seconds of vacation before breaking the news to him, which is why I was taking so long looking for cell service when I knew there was going to be none out there. When I got back to the car, Jerry popped his head under the hood and said, "Okay, try the engine now." I turned the key. Nothing but the sound of stubborn silence. "Nada," I announced. "Really? Fuck-a-doodle." I bypassed the ignition switch. It's not the battery or the starter. The spark plugs look good, the fuses are good, the wiper blades are new, and blinker fluid is full. "Maybe it's out of gas?" I offered, exhausting the full extent of my vehicular knowledge. "Nah, still got half a tank." He slammed the hood shut and said, "Well, I'm gonna go make friends with the tree. When I get back, I'll start taking the engine apart. In the meantime, you should build a fire and find something to cook. We may be out here a while." "That plan isn't gonna work." "Relax, dude. It's just an expression. I'm not really going to make friends with the tree," he scoffed. "If anything, I'm going to give the tree a really good reason to be mad at me." "I meant we can't just set up camp hoping for a miracle or a friendly passerby. I mean, what are the odds a good Samaritan is going to take the same shortcut we did?" I was not trying to be mean, but he was the one who discovered this brilliant alternate route between highways over an hour ago. And in that time, we hadn't seen a single car beside our own. Our path had been nothing but acre after acre of farmland and trees. And of course, there was that enormous house back at the top of the hill. "Alright," Jerry said. "What's the plan then?" "Did you clock that spooky house we passed about a mile ago?" He laughed. "How could I not? It was so extra." He wasn't wrong. The place stuck out like a pink bikini at a Mormon funeral. Unlike traditional farmhouses and double wides that decorated most of the adventure through the back roads of the American South, this place was a certifiable mansion. A mix between Greek Revival and Gothic architecture, including spires, columns, even a widow's walk. I wouldn't have been surprised to see a gargoyle or two hanging off of the roof. And I would bet my last dollar the place was haunted. It was one thing for certain. It was a kind of place I would love to avoid at all costs. I think we need to go there, I said, regrettably. Jerry eagerly agreed. He relieved himself on the side of the road. I went into the car's trunk and grabbed a few necessities for the walk up the hill. A bag of trail mix, a bottle of water, and some sunscreen. It wasn't going to take us very long, but not very long was exactly long enough for me to burn. Poor preparation had kicked my ass too many times lately. Jerry must have had a similar thought. He came up next to me and reached under our bags, pulling the baseball bat from its hiding place. What's that for? I asked. Protection. Duh. There could be wolves out there. No, dude, no weapons. I don't want to show up at a stranger's home looking any more suspicious than we already do. Oh, yeah, good point. He tossed the bat inside and slammed the trunk shut. I think we had everything we needed. I thought we were being smart by leaving the weapon behind. In retrospect, it was the first of many bad decisions. It took a half hour to get to the top of the hill, another 5 minutes just to walk up the winding driveway through the meticulously manicured lawn. When we finally reached the enormous double doors, I was too exhausted to even feel nervous anymore. Jerry knocked while I fished, unsuccessfully, for cell reception. Who do you think lives here anyway? He asked. Some kind of supervillain? The king of the farmer folk? The Munsters? If I had a guess, probably the kind of people whose family used to own people. The door opened. I quickly remembered how to feel nervous again. Can I help you? An old woman croaked in a voice that sounded like paper tearing. She was a little over 4 feet tall and dressed like a Victorian-era doll. Gray hair tied behind in a cloth bonnet. Bristly nose hairs. Skin the color of canned meat spread. And the thickest pair of wireframe glasses that I had ever seen, magnifying her pupils to the size of quarters. To put it bluntly, she was difficult to look at. I nearly dropped my phone, but Jerry didn't even flinch. He just tipped an imaginary hat and said, "Hello there, ma'am. My name is Jerry. This is my associate, Jack. We hate to be a bother, but our vehicle broke down up the street, and we were wondering if it might be possible to—" "I wasn't expecting any more company," she interrupted. "Are you sure you're at the right address?" Jerry and I shared a look. "No, ma'am," he said. "I was saying that our car stopped working out of the blue. We're stranded on the side of the road. Jack here is a nervous Nelly, so we decided all the guests have been accounted for," she said, her voice registering somewhere between a creaky door and an angry drill sergeant. "You must check your invitations, please." Jerry took a breath and rubbed his hands together. "Is there someone younger we could talk to?" "Jerry," I snapped. "Relax, dude. I don't even think she could hear us." I pushed him out of the way, stepped up to the feeble old woman and looked her right in her magnified pupils. "Excuse me," I said gently. "We need to use your phone, please." She tilted her head up, then back down, presumably giving us the look of a once-over. Then she turned around and said, "Follow me this way to the telephone machine. Local calls only, no long distance, please." She disappeared into the bowels of the ancient manor. I hesitated. A familiar feeling washed over me. One I could neither trust nor ignore. A feeling of dread. An unshakable sense that something was wrong here. Only this time it felt stronger. It felt realer. Before I could comprehend what was happening, Jerry had already marched past me into the dark entryway, leaving me alone with my paranoia. I took a breath, and I powered after them. The short, elderly woman spoke in a dry, monotone voice as we followed her past the entryway into this enormous great hall that wouldn't have looked out of place in the first deck of the Titanic. I was only halfway listening, but I picked up enough to understand that she was reciting the house's history, like some kind of tour guide. The house was built in 18-something by Colonel someone. It began as a plantation. I fucking knew it. and then served as a hospital for the Civil War, or as she worded it, the War of Northern Aggression. As her words droned on, the interior of the manor was busy telling me its own story. The hardwood floors with century-old claw marks, the enormous painting hanging over the fireplace with a man with sideburns and an "I dare you to" grimace, a suit of armor, a bearskin rug, a crystal chandelier. I half expected a diamond billboard sign reading, "We have old money, so fuck you." The air smelled of tobacco and old books. Voices muffled from very far away transferred through the walls. There was a jovial nature to them, some laughter even. The place was alive with people. At least that's what I hoped I was hearing. At the grand staircase there was a thin door. The woman opened it, revealing a much less impressive set of steps leading down into the basement. She descended and Jerry followed. I considered the wisdom of staying put right in the sight of the exit just in case I needed to make a break for it. I looked over my shoulder to make sure the door was, still there. Not that it would really do much good though. If things went south again, I knew I wouldn't make it very far on my own. When I turned toward the basement, it was already too late to tell them to stop or wait. I looked back at the exit. I was stranded. It's remarkable, really, that even with my attention being pulled in such opposite extremes, I somehow managed to notice a shelf of books along the wall by the fireplace. And even more remarkable, how I gravitated toward them, almost unwillingly. How time stood absolutely still. I forgot where I was for only a moment, but in that moment, I must have pulled a book out and began reading it. It had been ages since I let myself relax and get lost in a good story. Wait a minute, what the hell am I reading? Time snapped back into place around me. How long have I been standing here? I was already over a chapter and a half in. I closed the book and inspected it. The Basilisk Stare. It was an Agatha Christie mystery that somehow I'd never heard of. Strange, I thought I had read all that she had written. How did this one escape my radar? All at once I became aware of an unsettling presence. A looming shadow. The same feeling you get when a cop starts trailing you on the interstate. I put the book back where it belonged and then turned around and confirmed my suspicion. I was no longer alone standing there. The young woman silently watching me. For how long I don't know, but I was willing to give her the benefit of the doubt that she wasn't Edward culling me the entire time. She wore a light blue formal dress, one that looked like it had been plucked straight out of the 19th century, complete with a hoop skirt and white elbow-length gloves. She was about my age, assuming she wasn't a ghost or a vampire, of course, with these piercing blue eyes and black hair and ringlets, framing a heart-shaped face. In her hand she held an old book, the cover worn down enough to obscure the title. She didn't say anything. She didn't smile or nod. She just stood there quietly staring. I thought this behavior was a little weird, until I realized I was guilty of doing the exact same thing. I managed to get out the words "oh" and "hi" in that order. Her gaze turned momentarily from the bookshelf then back to me. Her voice was barely more than a whisper. "You're like me, aren't you?" I didn't answer right away. I didn't know how to answer. Part of me deep down wanted to say yes, but I couldn't understand why. "What do you mean?" When she spoke again, her voice had a little more heart. "There's something wrong with you." The way she said it carried no malice. It was just an innocent statement, and I gave an honest response. "Yeah, how'd you know?" Her next question made the hairs on the back of my neck stand at attention. "The weird stuff, does it follow you too?" I looked around to make sure we were still alone before answering. "I don't know yet." "This way, please." The old woman had returned. Despite the word please, I could tell it was more of a command than a request. The girl with the piercing blue eyes stepped in front of me, shelved her book, and then walked away without another word. This time, the old woman descended the stairs. I was quick to follow. The sooner we got a call to a mechanic, the sooner we could leave this place forever. The underground room smelled exactly how I would expect an underground room to smell. Musty and damp. A single bare incandescent bulb hung from the ceiling, illuminating our surroundings. A broken grandfather clock against the far wall, an industrial washer-dryer combo, cardboard boxes stacked to the ceiling, and an 8-foot-tall taxidermied polar bear that begged the question, how the hell did they get that down here in one piece? Jerry already had the receiver of the corded phone between his ear and his shoulder when I walked in. His hands held the yellow phone book. Alrighty, bud. Thanks. Yeah, you too. He looked at me with a strange expression. His mouth formed a smile, but his eyes were saying, "You're not going to like what I have to tell you." "What is it?" I asked. He put the phone book down on the table, cradled the receiver, took a deep breath, and then answered slowly. "I've got good news and bad. You know I hate this game, right? The mechanic said he knows exactly where we are and he's sending out his tow truck. But, he won't be able to get to us before morning. Then we try someone else." "Yeah, about that. He's the only mechanic in the entire county." "Oh, did he tell you that?" "He's the only mechanic listed in the phone book." What? How is that even possible?" I stepped over to the table and picked up the book. I immediately opened to the page for mechanics. If I weren't so paranoid, I might not think anything about it, but the fact that it fell directly open to that exact spot that I was looking for registered as less as serendipitous as more as a giant red flag, enough to propel a sailboat. I sighed once I saw that he was right. A single entry under Mechanics Automotive. I put the book away and said, "It's fine. We could stay one night in the car. We've survived a lot worse." I nearly jumped out of my skin when the old lady began to speak. I'd honestly forgotten that she was still there. "If this is what it must be, I will not begrudge any travelers some safe shelter for a night. There's a spare room available on the 3rd floor, the Woodrow Harper Suite." "Oh no," I said. "We couldn't possibly accept such an imposition." Jerry made a noise that sounded like a quack. Yeah, we can. What are you talking about?" She insisted. "It's no imposition at all. My family has been blessed with the fruits of good fortune. It's only right that we extend our hospitality to those in need. However, there is one condition which I must insist." "No, really," I said. "It's okay." "No, really," Jerry echoed. "Did you say sweet?" I had a bad feeling in my gut, growing stronger by the second. "Jerry, do you mind if I talk to you in private for a moment?" He followed me into the far corner, below the watchful eyes of the dust-covered bear. "I don't like it," I whispered. "There's something wrong here. Something not quite right about this place. It doesn't make sense." Crick, 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 crick. For a flashing instant, I swear to God I saw something crawling up the wall next to us. Upon closer inspection, I realized that there was nothing there. My mind does have a tendency to play tricks. Jerry didn't bother with the inside voice. "Yeah, I know it's creepy as fuck, but Grandma over there hardly strikes me as a murder cannibal. I'm reasonably certain that if push came to shove, we could probably take her." I looked over my shoulder to see if Grandma had heard us. If she had, her face sure didn't show it. I turned back to Jerry and continued, "It's not her I'm worried about." "Then what is it?" I took a second to try to find the answer, but I realized I didn't know. I shrugged. "Hey, it's cool," Jerry said. "If you're getting bad vibes, we can piece right out of here. But let me ask you this. If your gut is correct, if something is wrong, do you really think we'll be any safer waiting out by the car?" He did have a point. Whatever was triggering my nope radar could probably follow us a mile down the road. But if we did go back to the Nissan, I could at least spend the night with a baseball bat in my hands. The old woman's patience must have finally ran out. As she turned to the stairs, called over her shoulder, "Follow me this way, I'll show you to your room." Jerry read the look on my face and he tried to pump the brakes. "Actually, we're just going to rough it in the car tonight. No need to show us." "Oh, look, she's already gone." We hurried up the stairs behind her. When we had all re-emerged on the ground floor, she started toward the grand staircase, but Jerry and I took a different route, headed straight toward the front door. But just before I could reach the handle, the lights flickered. A booming noise filled the room, freezing us in place. The sound of a distant explosion lingered for a couple of seconds, then dissipated. If I didn't know better, I would have thought it sounded like thunder. I broke free from my deer-in-the-headlights moment and opened up the door to see that the sky outside had turned to a murky black. Waves of thick torrential rain was rocking the trees on the horizon. like hands frantically waving goodbye to the world. I had been through enough tornadoes to know that this is what bad weather looked like. But this was something different. A bolt of lightning cracked open a tree on the other side of the road. Half a second later, the noise washed over us. I instinctively stepped back and shut the door. Jerry laughed. I guess that settles it, huh? Looks like we're hunkering down here for the night whether we like it or not. It appears the looming tempest has finally caught up with us. Once again, the old woman snuck up on me, revealing her presence when she spoke. I turned to her. She showed no signs of concern, not a smile nor a frown. No emotion at all, really. She just stood there and waited for me to say something, which, after finally finding my voice again, I did. You said there was one condition to our staying the night. Yes, she answered. As you have undoubtedly discovered by now, this is no ordinary bed and breakfast. Typical reservation is made a full year in advance. Experience of the night at the Bedside Manor is quite valuable, in more ways than one. If you will be present, I expect you to behave as legitimate guests. That means engaging in all the evening's activities, exploring out the various mysteries, and staying in character. And above all else, she raised her voice to emphasize this next part, you must not let any of the other participants know you did not pay for a room. Is this understood? Clear as mud, Jerry answered. Excellent. Now please follow me to your accommodations. Her explanation was way too much for me to digest all at once. Activities, bed and breakfast, character. She continued to speak as we followed her up the grand staircase, further from safety of the outside. Bedside Manor contains 13 bedrooms, 5 for guests, 3 for family, and additional 5 for the servants. At one point, it was considered quite progressive to allow the help to live in the main quarters, and Eustace, besides, saw it as an exercise in practicality. Keep your friends close and your workers closer. I hung back a few steps and caught Jerry at a safe whispering distance. That storm really came out of nowhere. It's a cloudburst, he said with a shrug. They happen. I got sunburned walking up the hill. There wasn't a cloud in the sky. Good thing we got here when we did, huh? He really wasn't taking the hint. Yeah, I said, resigning myself to the situation. Good thing. The old woman reached the top of the landing and waited silently for us to catch up. When we were together again, she continued the monologue, explaining the sordid history of the generations of the bedsides like it was somehow relevant to the plot or something. I wasn't really paying attention. I just assumed Jerry would be listening so he could fill me in later. Before we knew it, we were standing beside a reddish-brown door with a mercury knob and a brass nameplate above the frame of the wood that read, Woodrow Harper, 1846 to 1857. Do you have any questions for me at this time? She asked. Is there a Wi-Fi password? Jerry asked. Bedside Manor offers a full experience in the immersion of a simpler time. We have neither computers nor television machines, save for emergencies. The telephone will be unavailable to anyone during the course of their stay. I asked the next question. What did you say your name was? My name is Margaret Bedside, but you may call me Maggie. Thank you, Maggie. She offered us a key, and a strange apology. I'm sorry, I'm afraid there's only one bed in the Woodrow Harper suite. I took the key and replied, that won't be a problem. She looked at me as if she wanted to say something, but didn't. Instead, I'll leave you two to get cleaned up. Please feel free to use any clothing you find in the armoire. Dinner begins at 7 sharp. There will be a social event and a mingling at 6. I expect to see you both there. With that, she turned and shuffled back toward the stairs. The room was, in a word, magnificent. There was a king-size bed with its own curtains, a separate sitting area by the bookcase, even a crystal chandelier. I try to keep a calm voice. Jerry, what is your understanding of the situation we're finding ourselves in right now? Isn't it obvious? No, not at all. Dude, check it. This is a murder mystery themed bed and breakfast. He could barely contain his excitement. I've always wanted to try one of these. Come again? He started exploring the room like a kid in a candy shop. It's like an escape room mixed with a dinner theater. Here's what's going to happen. Somebody is going to die tonight. Then we get to spend the weekend playing detective. There's a reason everything here looks and feels so creepy. It's by design. Old Maggie's probably just an actress. This is going to be awesome. He rushed into the bathroom, then excitedly called out, "They got a bidet and toilet paper. How fancy do you feel right now? Because I'm feeling monocle fancy." I approached the window overlooking the front of the property. At the rate, the surprise storm was really churning along. It couldn't go on for much longer. Eventually, the sky had to run out of water, right? You are aware that we can't stay here overnight, aren't you? We don't have any of our stuff. We don't have clothes. I left my medicine in the car, and I can't afford to skip another dose after what happened last time. I thought about it for a moment. Earlier, at the bookshelf, about the lost time. And then I thought about the girl with the blue eyes. Jerry soon interrupted my train of thought, returning into the room, wearing a silken bathrobe around his neck like an oversized scarf. "Yeah, I haven't forgotten about that," he said. "I'll tell you what. When the storm clears, we can pull an Irish goodbye. But in the meantime, let's see if this wardrobe comes with a complimentary Narnia portal." He opened up the double doors to the armoire, took a step back, and whistled. "What is it?" "Hey, Jack, what size do you wear?" "I don't know. Medium?" "Why?" I crossed the room to see the old piece of furniture had 2 complete tuxedo sets, formal wear with tails and top hats. No thank you. Shoes and bow ties. Exactly 2 sets. At a glance, they seemed like they would be pretty close to Jerry and my sizes. The pull-out drawers beneath contained socks and underwear. The bathroom contained 2 unopened toothbrushes. Jerry showered up first. When he was done, he tried on his clothes just to find they fit perfectly. After my shower, I wasn't even surprised to see that every piece had been tailored specifically for me. Coincidences abound, but even Jerry had to admit it was a little too lucky. Everything about this room felt like they had been expecting us. By 6 o'clock, the storm had barely waned. If this went on for much longer, my Nissan would be underwater before we could even get back to it. On the hour, jazzy instrumental music began wafting from the first floor, an old-timey phonograph drawing us all together to the Great Hall for the night's mandatory socializing. An older man with a walrus mustache and gold-rimmed steampunk glasses sat in a leather armchair by a roaring fireplace, with a tumbler of amber liquid in one hand. He paid us no mind as we reached the bottom of the steps. A bevy of voices drew my attention to where a pair of wall-sized pocket doors had been opened, expanding the great hall into an adjacent room. A parlor big enough to dance in, were one so inclined. I whispered to Jerry, "Alright, before we get started, I want to make sure we're on the same page. We don't know what to expect, and we're not supposed to be here, so I think we should just tread lightly. Like a slug in a salt mine. Got it." I almost believed him, until he smacked me on the chest and exclaimed, "Hey, they got booze. That's my favorite liquid." With that, he went straight through the pocket doors. I tailed the best that I could. Leaving the great hall for the parlor felt like stepping into a different world. Judging by the decor, this was either a ladies' parlor or a room they put children in when they got too excited. The furniture, standing in stark contrast to the deep mahogany of the previous room, was pink and pastel. The ceiling was painted a mural of clouds and terrifying cherubs. Every flat surface contained arrangements of dead or dying flower bouquets. It had been decorated by an alien with no concept of humanity, or one who researched women on Wikipedia for 10 minutes before getting to work. As Jerry crossed the parlor to the spirits table below the life-size painting of a nude Venus, I took note of the other visitors. There were others dressed for the same time period, whatever it was supposed to be. The women had their hairs in updos and wore voluptuous skirts that exaggerated their proportions. The men were all in bespoke tuxedo suits. Honestly, male fashion hadn't changed that much in the last few centuries. A dark-haired boy of about 13 or 14 surveyed the bar from a safe distance, while a middle-aged woman with short gray hair kept a watchful eye on him. A couple, man and woman, stood in the corner of the parlor making silly faces while taking selfies at a statue of a baby with wings and horns. I made a mental note to avoid them for as long as possible, lest I be recruited to take photos. The girl was also there. The girl with the black ringlets and the piercing blue eyes. She briefly looked our way when we first entered, then quickly pretended she didn't. She was alongside another woman, taller, probably about a year or two older than me. They looked remarkably similar. The older one's hair wasn't quite as dark. Her eyes were not quite as blue. Her skin wasn't quite as pale. They were made from the same ingredients but very different recipes. It wouldn't be unreasonable to assume that they were siblings. The older sister was the most anachronistic part of the evening. With black lipstick, a butterfly tattoo on her exposed collarbone, a smartwatch cuffed around her wrist. When she noticed us, she immediately gave me the universal, "The fuck are you looking at?" glare. Without asking, Jerry put a glass in my hand and set to work on mixing another. I brought the cup up to my nose and took a whiff of something that smelled like jet fuel. "So, what's our cover story?" he said. "How about this? I'll be a fireman scientist, you can be an astronaut detective." "Oh. Or you can be the sexy fireman detective and I'll be the guy who invented jeggings." I assumed we just tell the truth, more or less, leave out certain details, of course. Man, honesty's so boring. Haven't you ever wanted to be someone else for a night? I wasn't exactly sure how to answer that, but I didn't even get the chance. "Good evening, gentlemen." We both jumped, somehow. Maggie was there, standing directly behind us. Unless she teleported into place, I have no idea how she managed to sneak up on us yet again. "Cheesy crust, lady," Jerry exclaimed, clutching his chest. "Someone should put a bell around your neck." She showed no reaction other than launching into another deadpan monologue. "I trust you're paying close attention to the social hours, most important part of the evening experience. This will be your best chance for first impressions. Clues essential to solving the mystery of Bedside Manor may only appear once. You would both be wise to cooperate with your fellow investigators. Furthermore, I have it on good authority that not everyone here is exactly who they claim to be." She cracked another unnatural smile. "Besides yourselves, of course." And suddenly she just disappeared. She slinked away, presumably to share the message with the other participants. Once we were alone again, I asked, "What'd you make of that?" "I don't know," Jerry said. "But then again, I haven't really been following the narrative here. What exactly is the mystery of Bedside Manor?" I think maybe that's what we're supposed to find out. Like, maybe the mystery is, what is the mystery? It's a little too meta for my taste. Jerry slammed his entire drink in one go and handed me the empty glass, burped, and then took the full one out of my other hand. Maybe the murder's supposed to happen before dinner. That's why she wanted us here, so that we're all suspects. Well, that's silly. How are we supposed to be investigating a murder before it happens? The call to action isn't supposed to precede the inciting incident. The frame of the story is all out of whack. Or maybe not. Maybe I've just been paying too much attention. Honestly, real life has gotten so strange lately it made fiction obsolete. Jerry sipped his drink, smacked his lips, and said, "I stand corrected. That is too meta for my taste." I waved at the room with my empty glass. "You don't find any of this weird or suspicious?" "Everything is weird or suspicious. That's what makes it fun. Look, I know you're nervous. I know you're used to situations getting out of hand real fast, but we're on vacation. Let all of that behind us. Let's go mingle with the nerds who actually paid for the murder mystery package. Pretend we're normal 1800s aristocracy or whatever, eat the rich people food, drink the rich people booze, and have a good time. If shit hits the fan, we take our free suits and duck out." Damn. He didn't realize it, but Jerry slipped and showed his hand. This trip may have ostensibly been about my own mental health, but he was right. We were on vacation. I spent so much time on high alert, waiting for the next shoe to drop, that I completely overlooked the fact that Jerry had experienced his own fair share of tragedy. When our friends died, when nobody believed what really happened, when we had to swallow the official cover-up, he was right there with me every step of the way. Maybe I was being a little selfish, overreacting to a few ominous coincidences. Maybe Jerry had the right idea. After all, what good would panicking do all the way out here when no one can help us or even hear us scream? "Okay," I said. "I'll try to dial back the paranoia a couple of notches. But can you promise me one thing?" "Sure, anything. What is it?" "Don't leave me alone tonight, okay?" "Okay, I promise." "Hello, gentlemen," greeted the man as he approached. He was one of the selfie couple, tall, well-built, with some light scruff around his smile. His blonde hair was combed back into a sort of mullet style that, surprisingly, did not work for him. He offered his hand, the one that wasn't holding an empty glass, and introduced himself. "Tobias Kincaid." I shook his hand. "Jack. But that's my real name. I don't know if we're supposed to be in character for this part or... Tobias is my real name. Blame my parents. Jerry took his hand and curtsied. Jeremiah Cumberbatch, oil prospector, saloon salesman, at your service. Tobias gave a friendly laugh. You know, I've never actually done one of these things before. I'm not exactly sure of the etiquette. All I know is I'm glad that there's an open bar. He spoke with an air of confidence, like a politician at a fundraiser. The kind of cool guy sang-froid that I could only dream about. The other half, a slim woman with long red hair and green eyes, came up behind Tobias, put an arm around his waist and planted a kiss on the cheek. Who are you new friends? She asked in a voice that contained a faint accent I couldn't quite place. Gentlemen, this is my wife, Bridget. She flashed us a perfect supermodel smile and canned, how do you do? Bridget, meet Jack and Jeremiah. Jerry launched into a greeting in a strange accent of his own. Well met, my lady. If it doth pleasant the court, you may call me Jerry by love. 'Tis a lovely party, isn't it? I attempted to nip this in the bud before it gave everyone a tension headache. Jerry, you don't have to do the old-timey voice. Nobody else is doing it. Dothn't I? Egads, governor. No, now you're just doing Cockney. Bridget laughed and politely said to her husband, it looks like you may have finally found someone to indulge in your vice alongside you. Jerry was quick to respond. I don't know what you guys are talking about, but consider me very interested. Tobias poured himself a glass of scotch and took a sip, and said, well, as fortune would have it, our suite came up with a complimentary box of Monte Cristo No. 3s. Rarely does life afford us a rainstorm, fine scotch, good company, and quality cigars at the same time. It would be a pity to waste such an opportunity. Can I tempt either of you to join me for a quick smoke? Jerry made a face that literally was active with pain. He said, I'd love to, but as misfortune would have it, I recently quit smoking tobacco. Oh, Tobias said. You traded your addiction for chewing tobacco? Seems like kind of a lateral move. I answered for him. You picked up the emphasis on the wrong word there. Oh, I see, Tobias said with a nod. How unfortunate. Jerry squinted and asked, You're not a cop, are you, Tobias? Tobias and Bridget shared a hearty laugh. Man, this couple really liked to laugh. No, nothing like that, just a boring old research consultant. Jerry turned to Bridget. What about you? Just a boring old housewife. Well, gentlemen, Tobias said, holding up a glass, here's a toast to new friends. The four of us clinked our glasses together. Jerry and Tobias drank while Bridget and I watched. Shortly after, the couple excused themselves. Jerry stared hard as they walked away. Man, he said, those two are absolutely freaking gorgeous. They were also lying, I said. I couldn't explain how or why, but I knew they were hiding something. Jerry didn't seem to hear me. It sucks that the beautiful ones are always taken. You know, the concept of monogamy was created and perpetuated by the ruling class as a means of social control if humanity were to... I'm sure he was going to say something he thought was deep and or philosophical, but thankfully, fate sent us an interruption. As Bridget went to speak with the woman with the short hair, Tobias branched off toward the great hall. The young boy, who had been wallflowering under his mother's gaze, took the opportunity to slip away, bumping into Tobias in the process. It was quick, but not quick enough to escape our notice. The kid just lifted Tobias' wallet like a pro. Jerry took a step forward. Wait, I said. What happened to slugging a salt mine? We don't want to cause a scene here. It's cool, dude. I'll be subtle as fuck. I had no desire to see what subtle as fuck looked like in practice. But as soon as he marched in, I fell back and looked for a shadow to fade into while the whole thing blew over. Maybe we'll get lucky, I thought. Maybe Jerry will say or do something just embarrassing enough that we could use it as an excuse to leave the party early, but not embarrassing enough to get us kicked out into the rain. I blinked. Where the hell am I? In front of me, I saw the bookshelf. Then I realized I had done it again. I'd zoned out. I'd lost time. I'd had to face the facts. These things were starting to become a pattern. My doctor was so optimistic that we had finally nailed down the perfect prescription cocktail to keep my brain on track. I'd pulled out my phone to assess the damage. 6:15. Nothing too bad. Just a few minutes. Surely I couldn't have gotten into too much trouble in this little time. I let myself relax, looked back to the parlor. I tried to retrace my steps. I must have come out of there to get away from all of those people. I turned back to the bookshelf and noticed one right away, the one with the faded cover. The same book the girl with the blue eyes had been reading. I pulled it out and I flipped to the first page. I read the title, The Mansion of Madness by H.P. Lovecraft. Strange, I thought. I had never heard of this one before. I was certain that I had read everything Lovecraft had written. Something scurried between my feet. I looked down, but it was gone and nowhere to be seen. Well, don't just stand there. Come over here and sit a spell. The voice came from an older gentleman, the one with the walrus mustache. He was seated in a leather armchair by the fireplace, smiling in my direction. I looked around hoping he may have been referring to somebody else, but the only one in proximity was me. I'm sorry, I said. Don't be afraid. He laughed, flames dancing in the reflection of his sunglasses. It gave me the impression of a fiery-eyed demon. He showed his teeth. I don't bite. With some hesitation, I put the book back where it belonged and walked over, took the armchair opposite his. This was inevitably going to be an awkward conversation. I had always found small talk to be like running through wet sand, exhausting and in most cases completely unnecessary. Hi, I said. That sure is a nice fire, huh? He smiled in silence, giving me nothing to work with. My name is Jack. Nathaniel Pennyworth Chumley III at your service. I knew you were there. I could hear you walking over. Tell me, is there anything of interest in that corner of the room? With an ivory cane that had been resting between his lap, he pointed at the bookcase. That's when I realized that the man's sunglasses weren't strictly a stylistic accessory. Mr. Chumley, it seemed, was blind. Just a bunch of books, nothing you'd be interested in. Ugh, I regretted the words as soon as they came out of my mouth. I see, Nathaniel Pennyworth Chumley III said with a hearty chuckle. And what about over there? He pointed back toward the parlor. Is there anything in that direction worth experiencing? Help a poor man out. Would you describe to me what I'm missing? Well, there's a bunch of people. People? How exciting. Young people or just more old folks like me? Well, there's Maggie Bedside, who I assume you've met. He grunted in affirmation. Then there's a mother with her son of about 13 or so. There is a married couple. The wife is a redhead. The husband looks like MacGyver. Not that you would know what MacGyver was. Never mind. There's also my idiot genius roommate, Jerry, and 2 sisters close to my age. Wow, he said. And not one of those people strike you as more worthy of your attention than the books on the shelf? It's true what they say, youth is wasted on the young. I wasn't expecting a soft lecture tonight. I squirmed in my seat and took a stab at defending myself, though I resented the fact that I'd even have to. I'm not very good at socializing. Truth be told, I'd rather sit in the corner alone and engage in meaningless conversation with people I don't even know or care about. Again, I regretted the words as soon as they came out of my mouth, just a moment too late. I hadn't meant to be so honest. He furrowed his brow, and I backtracked quickly, which is to say, I never know how to talk to strangers. Yes, exactly the right amount of honesty. What does a polar bear weigh? Excuse me? I asked you, what does a polar bear weigh? I searched my memory for context and did some quick math. If I had a guess, I'd say in the neighborhood of 450 pounds? He chuckled. Enough to break the ice, Jack. What? That's what you say when you want to start a conversation. Now why don't you go try it with that girl? Which one? The one staring at you right now. I turned to see the girl with the blue eyes, watching me from across the parlor. This time it was me who turned away first. How did you know she was looking over here? Some things are so obvious you don't need eyes to see them. He smiled suspiciously. Wait, no. That answer doesn't make sense at all. Seriously? Am I supposed to believe that you could hear her smiling at me from another room? No, I'm gonna need you to explain yourself. Anyway, that's what I wanted to say. But instead, I shook my head for no good reason and said, okay. Mr. Chumley III held out his empty glass. I hate to be a bother, but could I trouble you for one more favor? Sure, I said, standing up and taking his tumbler. Brandy, if you don't mind. I'll be right back. Frankly, I was happy to have a task. Really. Anything to get me out of having to talk to strangers. Hi, the mother said, stepping in my path for a moment as I passed the pocket doors. My name is Hope. Oh God, this is getting ridiculous. Did I die and go to hell? Is this my eternal punishment? Hey, I said awkwardly. Do you know how much a bear weighs? I'm not sure. 2 tons? Oh my God, that would be horrible. Is this riddle part of the game? She looked as flustered as I felt. I'm sorry, I've never actually done one of these murder mystery parties before. She reached out and put her hand on my arm like we were somehow already acquainted enough to be on a touching basis. No, it was... never mind. I took a half step back and let her hand fall off of me. What's up, Hope? I wanted to ask for your help. See, I'm here with my son, Wolfgang. He's a very bright boy. He's extremely talented, but he isn't the most outgoing. He's had a hard time making new friends since coming back home, and I was thinking maybe this weekend would give him a chance to come out of his shell. She raised her glass to her lips and took a large swallow. She was full of nervous energy like a squirrel in a dog park, constantly looking back to the corner of the room where the boy was now sitting by himself. I was still trying to think of a tactful way to tell her I'm not a good fit for a babysitter when she started talking again. The other gentleman you were with, is he... She blinked several times before finishing the sentence. Your brother? Yeah, something like that. She laughed like somebody had made a joke, leaned forward and put her hand back on my arm, and said, Oh good, I wanted to make sure. I want my boy to see normal adults that he can look up to. Lady, I can assure you, we are not normal. Hell, we're barely even adults. She laughed even harder than squeezed my arm. You're so funny. What did you say your name was? Jack. Her eyes widened. Then she proceeded to drop a nuclear bomb at my feet. Oh, Jack Townsend. That's right, I've been looking for you. I gripped the glass in my hand and prepared to use it as a weapon. This was an all-hands-on-deck, 5-alarm, freak all-the-way-out emergency. I could feel it. Something bad was about to happen. I needed to focus on not letting the panic attack, swelling up in my chest, overwhelm all of my senses. I swallowed the festering terror before it could break the surface and put on a smile, and in the calmest voice I could muster, How did you know my last name? Evidently, my normal act was passable enough. She took another sip of her drink and explained, I have one of your bags in my room. Wolfgang and I were walking the grounds earlier, and when we returned, it was just sitting on the bed. A backpack full of clothes. I hope you don't mind that we went through it. I promise we were just looking for some kind of ID. There were prescription bottles in there with the name Jack Townsend. I assume one of the servants must have delivered one of the other guest luggage to your room by mistake. She covered her mouth and said, Oh, is that okay for me to say, right, servants? I mean, it's what they are. After all, you never know what you're allowed to say these days. Excuse me, I said as I rushed past her, scanning the room for Jerry. I had all the evidence I needed now that this wasn't a normal feeling anymore. Something was not right. I didn't know what or who or why, but I knew that this was a situation and we were much better off not in a situation. It was time for us to go. Duck out, pull an Irish goodbye. But Jerry, like my sense of calm, was nowhere to be found. Where the hell did he go? I told him not to leave me alone. Maybe somebody already got him and I'm next. I tried to shake that thought out of my head. I needed to focus. He probably went and got a good seat at the dinner table. Yeah, that seems like something Jerry would do. There was a doorway on the other side of the parlor, which I thought led to the dining room. I dropped off Mr. What was his name again? Fuck it. Let's just call him Nathaniel from now on. I dropped off Nathaniel's glass next to the bouquet of dead flowers, went through the door and immediately realized that I had made a mistake. I was in a hallway now. At least, hallway was the best word I could think of to describe it. The space didn't go anywhere specific, just a long, narrow, straight corridor for as far as I could see. Something about the pattern of the lime green and purple wallpaper and the upward slope of the checkered floor created this optical illusion that looked like it went on forever, giving me the impression that the space was infinite, leading nowhere. It made me dizzy. This house seemed impossible. If Jerry went off on his own, there's no telling. Holy shit! The girl with the blue eyes. She was right there next to me and had the same intense look on her face. Who was she? A character? A guest? A ghost? Was she even real? What? I exclaimed. You're not supposed to be here, she whispered. What, you mean in this hallway? What even is this? The hallway? She said it slower. No, I mean you're not supposed to be here, Jack. Her face told me that she was being deadly serious. Yeah, I know. Where do you think you go when you're not here? Amazingly, I understood her question. She was referring to my episodes. The lost time, the moments when I lose connection with my body. I've wondered the same thing. Where do I go when I'm not in my body? And more importantly, who's running the show when I'm not there? I understood the question, and yet I couldn't understand how I understood her question. I couldn't understand how Claire knew to ask that question in the first place. Do we know each other? I asked. Have we met before? Claire shook her head. No, but this place is going to bring out the worst in you, she warned. I almost introduced myself, but then I remembered she already knew my name. Then I realized that somehow I already knew hers. Claire and I must have talked earlier. How else would she know all these things about me? How did I know that she lost both of her parents in a terrible accident almost a year ago? That she hated the cold as much as I did? That she was scared, even if she didn't show it? They're watching us, she said. They're studying every... An urgent voice called out from the parlor. Claire? Claire, where are you? A moment later, the girl with the butterfly tattooed rushed through the doorway. She stopped when she saw us. Oh, she said, casting a distrustful look upon me. Is everything okay out here? I waited for Claire to answer, but she didn't say anything. She didn't even acknowledge the other person in the hallway with us. Eventually, I cleared my throat to try to defuse the situation. Yeah, everything's fine. We're just talking. They were both staring at me now. The older one's eyes felt like daggers. I tried a different tactic. Hey, do either of you guys know how much a polar bear weighs? The girl with the butterfly tattoo grabbed Claire by the shoulders and turned her away so they were facing each other. In a soft voice, she said, Claire, will you please go back to the party? I'll be right in there, okay? Claire didn't answer, or at least didn't answer to her. She turned back to me and said, follow the smoke. With that, she went back into the parlor, leaving me alone with the older sister. Hi, I said. Jack. Lauren. She had the aura of a shark who smelled blood. Nice to meet you, Lauren. No, it isn't. She crossed her arms. Are you a vegetarian, Jack? No. Good. Before I could process what was happening, Lauren had already grabbed my shoulder. She pulled me towards her and put a cold knife against my cheek. Now listen here, you little shit. If you bother my sister again, I swear to Christ, I'll cut off your dick and feed it to you. Understand? I carefully thought about my answer, eventually settling on a non-threatening, yes, ma'am. She held the weapon there for what seemed like a tiny eternity, before releasing her grip and lowering the blade. I stayed perfectly still as she stepped backwards. She never looked away from me as she folded up the butterfly knife with a well-rehearsed flourish. She slid it back into her glove and put a finger on her lips, and then back through the doorway into the parlor. A second later, I remembered how to breathe. Okay, I thought. That almost definitely wasn't part of the game. The only other place I could think to look for Jerry was our room. I kept my eyes down as I cut through the parlor and the great hall. As far as I was concerned, there was no need to talk to any of these people ever again. I'd socialized enough for 1 year. Before I could reach the base of the grand staircase, I noticed that the air smelled like sweet tobacco smoke. I soon realized that the smell was coming from the front door. And now that I didn't have a blade to my face, I could see the situation in front of me with much more clarity. It was obvious where Jerry had disappeared to. All I had to do was follow the smell of the smoke. I pushed open the front door right as another crack of lightning filled the night sky. The thunder ended, followed by a guilty-sounding, "Hey, buddy." It was Jerry. He and Tobias looked back at me from the porch railing, both equipped with lit cigars and half-empty glasses. Jerry held up his Monte Cristo number 3 and said, "It's not what it looks like." "I don't care." "Really? Because I think you do," he said, raising an eyebrow. "Well, I don't." You do a little. No? Okay, agree to disagree then. You said you weren't going to leave me alone. I did say that, but T-Bone here dropped his wallet, and I had to come give it back to him. Oh, T-Bone dropped his wallet, did he? Tobias flicked the ash over the railing and said, It must have fallen out of my jacket pocket. I was already over this conversation. Tobias, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I need a moment alone with Jerry. Sure, go right ahead. I'll stay right here. Actually, I think we're going to need the patio to ourselves. He sipped his drink, darted his eyes back and forth between me and Jerry, and then said, Is this something time sensitive? I'm only asking because I just lit this and I switched tactics. Your wife is looking for you, Tobias. Bridget's looking for me? Why? She spilt jam on her dress. Jam? Tobias asked incredulously. Yep, I confirmed. Jam all over her dress. Just all over it. I didn't even know they had jam in there. Well, they don't anymore. So you're saying, just so I understand the situation, not only did Bridget spill jam all over her dress, but somehow managed to spill the entire party supply of jam on her dress? Jeez, what is this guy, the jam police? Jerry cleared his throat abruptly. It sounded an awful lot like a snicker he was trying to hold back in. Look, dude, I don't know what to tell you, but I promise I would never lie about something like this. Your wife is devastated. She's crying and everything. She asked me to go find you. He crooked his head slightly and gave me a long, uncomfortable glare until Jerry stepped in. Don't worry, T-Bone. I'll keep your cigar warm for you. Tobias finally surrendered. Okay, I guess I better make sure everything's all right. With that, he handed Jerry his cigar and walked past me. The moment the door closed, Jerry asked, Do you think I'd look good with a mullet? No, of course not. Now, shut up and listen for a second. I have a very serious question. Jerry, is there any chance you somehow orchestrated all of this in an extremely elaborate hoax just to give me a perverted sense of misadventure? Because if that's the case, I really appreciate the impressive effort, but I want to opt out now. No. But damn, that would have been a good idea. I'll have to remember that for your birthday. Please, don't. We need to leave. Pronto. He carefully placed Tobias' cigar next to his own in the ashtray, on the table by the railing. He didn't have nearly the appropriate sense of urgency. With a smirk, he asked, Did something ominous just happen? The lady with the kleptomaniac son knows my name. She said my luggage showed up in her room. Well, that's convenient, and also quite alarming. Thank you for confiding in me, Jack. Jerry, listen! While we're getting ready, somebody went out into the rain, found our car, broke in, packed a mother-flippin' bag, and brought it back to the manor. Why would anyone do something like that? Jerry leaned against the railing, putting on his thinking face. He mulled it over for a few seconds before responding. It must be because you said you needed your medicine in order to stay the night. So, that means two things. First, someone must want us not to have a reason to leave. And second, someone's watching us. Great. Our room is bugged. I can assume they have videos of me in the shower now. Oh. Jerry's eyes got very wide. What? I think I know what's going on here. What? Yep, that's definitely it. What? You're not going to like it. What? He cleared his throat, looked me dead in the eyes, and said, I think we've just stumbled into a sex cult. I waited a moment, as to not sound like a broken record, then said, What? Think about it. I will do no such thing, and you can't make me. He lifted the glass to his mouth, but I slapped it out of his hand before he could take another drink. It shattered against the porch. Hey, he snapped. That could be poison for all we know. Oh yeah, he said. Now that you mention it, it probably is. Well, what are we waiting for, Jerry? Let's go. Okay, yes, but no. Jerry, I'm not playing around. I've seen this movie. I know how it ends. If we go back inside, I hear you. I hear you. But let's think this through. His voice was annoyingly calm and level. First of all, We can't leave without your medicine, and I think they know that. Oh, and they probably want to use you as some kind of virgin sacrifice to a Norse fertility god. Why would they? Additionally, you and I probably aren't the only strangers in a strange land, if you know what I mean. What about the other guests? Either they're all complicit in the grand strategy to keep us here. He was making a lot of sense, and I hated it. I let out a long, frustrated sigh and finished the thought for him. Or there are other victims we would be abandoning if we left now. We just need a plan. Here's what I think should do. One of us goes in and causes a distraction in the parlor, preferably fire-related, while the other one sneaks downstairs to the basement and uses the phone to call for help. That's the plan. I couldn't even hide my apprehension to this, nor did I feel the need to try to. We're gonna go with the split-up gang? How many times? The front door opened. A second later, Bridget's head peered out, looking around and then said, "Oh, I thought Tobias was out here. Have either of you seen him?" I searched for a good lie, but all I could come up with was, Tobias spilt jam all over his trousers, just all over him. He went to the room to change. She narrowed her eyes at me, and then slowly backed into the house and closed the door. Whew, that was a close one. As usual, the least bad plan we could come up with was still a pretty darn bad plan. Dividing up tasks was easy. I'm rarely the sneakiest person in the room, but distractions were undeniably Jerry's bread and butter. I could never count on anything going according to plan, but I was still surprised just how quickly things went off the rails. As soon as the front door shut behind us, Maggie popped out of nowhere to say that dinner was ready and our presence was required. Then she herded us to the dining room, where the rest of the guests were gathered around a long wooden table, chatting, laughing, enjoying their drinks. The immediate silence that occurred when we entered may as well have been accompanied by a record scratch. Jerry whispered, "Is it just me, or do things feel a little hostile right now?" Tobias and Bridget shared the unique look of, "Why'd you lie to me about the jam?" on their faces. Just all over their faces. Hope shook her head and folded her arms at the annoying guy who rudely walked away from her mid-sentence. Lauren made the subtle but threatening gesture of running her thumb across her neck. Even old man Nathaniel What's-His-Name III turned to face us, making a toasting gesture with the glass of brandy that somebody else must have gotten for him after I said I wouldn't just bailed on him. That's when it occurred to me that I had already managed to piss off every other group here. Maggie stood in the doorway as we took our spots at the dinner table. Jerry sat to my right, protecting me from the blind man. Lauren sat to my left, protecting Claire from me. And the rest of the group took the other side, with Wolfgang directly my opposite. Nobody took the seat at the head of the table. I was still trying to work out how we were going to cause a distraction when Jerry made things weird. "Before we begin," he announced, pushing back on a seat and standing up, "I believe it'd be a good idea to say a few words of grace to our Lord and Savior." "I beg your pardon?" said Maggie. "My pardon I grant thee," he replied with a wave of his hand. "And now, if you would all be so kind as to close your eyes and bow your heads, I will deliver the most amazing prayer of thanks this side of the BC AD conversion." After a few uncomfortable seconds, he repeated himself, a little bit louder and a little more forcefully. "Please close your eyes and bow your heads." Everyone else reluctantly followed his command. Everyone except me. I held out my hands and mouthed the words, "What the fuck?" He began speaking, praying, while gesturing wildly at the door. "Dearest Lord, hi, it's me, Jerry. We met at Vassar College. At one time I took too many psychedelics and he told me that birds weren't real. Anyway, I know it's been a while since we last spoke. Sorry about that. Things have been wild. We come today to thank you for this presumably delicious meal we're about to chow up. But first, I'd like to spend a moment catching up." It finally hit me. Nobody was looking. This was the distraction. I carefully scooted my chair back and pushed myself to my feet. I'd have to sneak around a few people, but barring a stumble or a surprise sneeze, this was really doable. Knowing Jerry, he'd have everyone singing along to Amazing Grace by the time I got to call the police and got back to the table. I tried to tune him out while focusing on the escape, but some words still broke through to me. Because when you think about it, that's what tattoos are for. But I digress. We come to you today to thank you for the food and drink, heyo, and also to thank you for this wonderful lodging and the company we have here today. And the chairs, table, the rest of the furniture, and I held my breath as I stepped past Lauren. She was the one I was most afraid of. But her head was down and eyes were closed, just like all the others. As soon as I thought I was out of the woods, a hand popped out, blocking my path. It was Claire's. It was holding a folded note. The side facing me read, Jack. I hesitated. And when we think of the food we're about to put inside of us, we're all reminded of the struggles that Jesus went through when he gave up sex for 40 days. I once tried to go 40 days without cupcakes. I didn't even make it a week, which is weird because I actually despise cupcakes. Claire flicked the note twice. Her eyes were closed, but I knew she knew I was here. There was no point in pretending. I reached down and took the paper from her fingers. She quickly retracted her hand, putting it in the sign of prayer in front of her face. There was no time to stop and read. I kept walking. The door was right beside there. Maggie stood in front of it, face aimed down at her feet, eyes pressed shut. I could sneak around her, but I couldn't rush it if I didn't want to be noticed. I had to focus on not making any sound. And the plesiosaur, and the helicoprion, and let's not forget the gigantoraptor. Anyway, in conclusion, thanks for wiping out so many of the apex predators before we got here. Kaboom! The building reverberated like the inside of a bass drum that got hit with a comet, plunging us into total darkness and permanently ending Jerry's prayer. There were a few gasps, a nervous laugh, a chair scraping against the floor. Somebody hurried to their feet. I turned around, facing the direction of the table, just in time for one of the other guests to slam into me as they rushed past. Somebody tell me, please, what happened? Nathaniel called out. That sounded like thunder. Jerry responded. The lights went out. Nathaniel raised his voice into a command. Everybody stay calm. Stay put. I'm sure our host has some candles or a torch. A short, silent moment passed. Then we heard a scream. A horrifying, blood-curdling, high-pitched, high-squeal scream coming from the Great Hall, less than 5 steps away from me. Jerry chuckled and made a faux orchestral dun-da-da. The plan had gone off the rails, again. I tried sneaking back to my seat through the darkness, but a tiny spotlight lit up the room, stopping me in my tracks. It was coming from Lauren's phone, pointed right at my eyes. Where are you going? She asked loud enough for everyone to hear. I covered my eyes and stammered my way through a terribly unconvincing lie. I wanted to go investigate the scream. Oh? Were you moonwalking there? She asked. Looks like you're facing the wrong direction to be going towards the scream. For some reason, Jerry took her side. Yeah, Jack, why are you acting so suspiciously? Look, I said. It was dark, okay? I must have gotten turned around. The house lights flickered back to life. Tobias and Bridget clapped, and Jerry joined them. Everyone seemed confused on multiple levels. I assume the lights are back on, Nathaniel stated. Jerry turned back to him and asked, How'd you know? I gathered as much from your applause. Oh, that's why they were clapping. I was wondering. Lauren cleared her throat and said, Well, what are we supposed to do now? A soft voice crept up into the conversation. Hey guys, where did Miss Maggie go? I looked around and discovered that the old woman had pulled her surprise sneak up on you act again, only in reverse. Jerry made eye contact with me and pushed his chair back, announced, We'll go check it out, right, Jack? Why don't we all go? Lauren asked. There's something unnerving about her accusing eyes and sarcastic tone. After all, there's safety in numbers, right, Jack? Yeah, Tobias agreed. As he and Bridget pushed out their chairs, let's go see what all the commotion was. Then we can finally eat. I'm starving. The commotion, it seemed, was the foretold murder. The victim was lying face down in the Great Hall. Poor old Maggie. She'd been done in the brief blackout. It wouldn't take a master detective to conclude the untimely demise. It had something to do with the large knife protruding from the center of her back. But the perpetrator of the crime was anyone's guess. Jerry put his hands on his cheeks and wailed in distress, "Oh no, not Maggie!" Nathaniel was the last one into the room, tapping the floor in front of him as he walked. "Did something happen?" he asked. Lauren answered casually, "Oh, our hostess was murdered, and I'm pretty sure Jack did it." "What?" I tried not to sound too defensive. "Why me?" Bridget laughed and added, "I'm sorry, Jack. No offense, but it looks like you're busted." Tobias raised his hand and said, "I would also like to cast my vote for Jack." "Now, hang on a minute," Nathaniel interrupted. "Let's not jump to conclusions. Surely, if a murder occurred, there'll be clues to provide the killer's guilt. We all need to take a moment and investigate our surroundings." Others reluctantly began searching the area, giving me an opportunity to finally sneak away. Tobias and Bridget were hand in hand, looking at paintings as I passed. Lauren and Claire inspected a suit of armor. Hope was talking to Nathaniel, while Wolfgang played with a fire poker. Before I could reach the door to the basement, Jerry called out my name. I turned around to see him waving me over, crouched next to the body of our fallen hostess. I had to admit, she was doing a terrific job of playing dead. I couldn't even see her breathing. I crossed the room and knelt down next to him. Yeah. His voice was low. His eyes were fixed on the hilt of the dagger. First of all, I want to apologize. I like the sudden serious timbre in his voice. Okay. For what? Guess a lot of things. Sorry, I didn't listen. Sorry, I didn't get you out of here when I said we would. And sorry I dragged you along on this road trip. I was surprised he was saying all this right in front of old Maggie. I knew she was hard of hearing, but still. Hope called out to us from the other side of the room. "Remember, if you find any clues, you're supposed to share with the group." Bridget called back, "We found something. There's a series of serial numbers on the frames of each of the paintings." The crowd flowed over to them. Jerry yelled out, "We'll be right there," and then dropped his volume to a whisper and said, "You were right." I didn't really like the sound of that. "What's wrong?" I asked him. "Maggie's dead." "Yeah, I know. I have eyes and ears. She was probably killed." No. You don't understand. Maggie, her body. How do I put this delicately? She's, leaking. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. I made it a point to cherish this moment. The moment before things went bad. The moment before all hell broke loose. It was nice, but it was just that. Just a moment. And then it was all over too soon. When I opened my eyes again, Jerry had a painted expression on his face. "Are you mad at me?" he asked. I looked down and noted the blood pooling around the body, coming from the wound. Some from her open mouth. Her eyes were magnified by the broken glasses. They were enormous, focused on nothing. "That depends," I said. "Did you kill her?" "No. Did you?" "No." "Are we certain she's not just a world-class actress?" Hang on, let me check." Jerry licked his finger and stuck it under the woman's glasses. He poked her exposed eyeball. When she didn't blink, he wiped his hand off at my jacket and said, "Yep, we're sure." "Okay, what are we supposed to do now?" "I don't know, but the longer we go without saying anything, the weirder it's going to be when the rest of the group figures out that we're just chilling next to a dead woman this whole time." "Maybe they won't have to find out." "Ah," Jerry nodded. "I see." A second passed, then. "Actually, I don't see. We just need to get everyone out of here so we can move her body to the basement. We'll call the police and let the authorities figure out the murder sex cult mystery for once." Jerry stood up and cleared his throat. He announced, "Jack and I have found a clue. No, don't come over here. The clue says we should all go to our rooms and await further instructions." The others stared back. Tobias stepped forward saying, "Can I see this clue?" "No," Jerry stated. You're just going to have to believe me on this one." "Why?" Lauren asked. Jerry waved his hands in the air like he was conducting music. "All will be revealed in due time, but I promise for now we must go to our rooms." Nathaniel responded, "I feel as if we haven't found any of the necessary clues to solving the mystery of Bedside Manor." Jerry needed some help. Unfortunately, I was the only one able to give it. I stood up, nearly lost my balance, and found it at the last possible second, turned to the others, took a step forward, and said the first thing that came to mind. Look, everyone, I know you're But then my foot didn't stop like it was supposed to. Instead, it whipped out from under me, sliding in the puddle of blood. Before I knew it, I hit the ground. Except that wasn't quite it. Nope, it was much worse. All of the others screamed at once, "Oh my God, are you okay? Shit, whoa." I tried to play it off and get back to my feet and tell them I was fine, but a soft bag of garbage had broken my fall. But then I realized I had actually slipped and fallen right on top of the dead body. The others surrounded us. Jerry pulled me to my feet and tried to calm everyone down. "Not to worry, this is all part of the act. Please go back to your rooms. Nothing to see here." Lauren shoved me out of the way as she and Bridget dropped to either side of Maggie, asking a lot of questions, and they weren't going to get any answers for them. "Are you okay? Are you hurt? Can you hear me, Maggie?" Tobias put his hand on my shoulder and spun me around to face him. "Is that blood on your shirt? Are you bleeding?" "Yes," I said. No, it's jam. Bridget gasped and then covered her mouth. Didn't take them very long to figure it out. This was a pretty smart crowd, and we had just lost control of the narrative. I had to try something, no matter how desperate. How much does a polar bear weigh?" Unsurprisingly, that didn't work. Lauren jumped to her feet, grabbed Claire by the hand, and backed away a couple of steps before saying it. "She's dead. She's really actually dead." "What?" Jerry tried. "Nah, she's not. She just... See, what happened was..." He exhaled loudly and lowered his head. "Okay, yes, she's really dead. I know this looks bad, but..." Hope screamed. The room erupted into chaos. People started shouting over one another. Somehow, I got knocked down. Again. I crab crawled all the way back to a bookshelf. Everyone was arguing. I couldn't hear what they were saying, but Lauren and Tobias were both pointing at me, and I knew that wasn't a good sign. A loud, shrill whistle managed to shut everybody up. Nathaniel had everyone's undivided attention. "Everybody, please, calm down." Nobody was calm, but at least they were silent now. It's good enough. It seems that things have gotten quite out of hand. Before we bite each other's throats out, I would appreciate some level-headed fact-finding. Bridget, are we sure Maggie is... Bridget grabbed her husband and said, "Yes, she isn't breathing. She has no pulse. And that knife, someone really stabbed her." Hope had her arms around her son. "We know who it was. It was that man, Jack Townsend." "Me?" I asked. There was a whole pharmacy stockpile worth of antipsychotics in his backpack. Clearly, he forgot to take his meds. "Whoa," I yelled. "That's not anyone's business, but I didn't forget to take my meds. I have an alarm set on my phone that always reminds me to take my meds because if I don't... Alright, this isn't helping." I shut up just a little too late. Tobias attempted to keep the peace. "Alright, let's just stay cool. Maybe it was Jack, maybe it wasn't. Either way, we need to call 911. Lauren was the first to say, "My cell phone isn't getting any service." Next, it was Bridget, then Hope, and finally Tobias. "There's another phone," I said. "It's in the basement. A landline. It should be able to reach the outside." "We'll go check it out," Tobias said. "But first, we need to get everyone together. If there's a killer on the loose, we can't let him pick us off one at a time." "We'll go tell the workers," Lauren said, taking Claire as they left before anybody could argue. As soon as they were gone, Jerry walked over to my side. "Well, it's been fun," he said, helping me back up again. "Sounds like you guys totally got this thing under control now. No reason for us to stick around. You ready to go, Jack?" Tobias stepped closer to us. "And where exactly do you think you're going?" Anywhere but here. Jack's got this thing about murders. He hates when it happens." "I'm sorry," Bridget crossed her arms. "When this happens? Has this sort of thing happened to you before?" Jerry laughed. "Yeah, once or twice." Tobias narrowed his eyes. "That's awfully suspicious." "Ha, I know, right? Which is exactly why we're gonna get going before the police arrive. Otherwise, they're gonna think we had something to do with it." I didn't want it to come to this, but if you insist. Tobias bent over and pulled up his pant leg. He retrieved a small handgun from a holster above his ankle. He kept it aimed at the ground for now, but the presence of a deadly weapon was all it took for his commands to gain a lot more authority. You're both going to stay right here until we figure out what's going on. A gun? Jerry asked. Really, T-Bone? After all we've been through? That's not very cash money of you. I don't want to use this, but I can't just let a killer go free. Shoot him in the legs, Hope screamed, just to be safe. Lauren ran back into the room, shouting, Guys! She froze at the sight of the gun. Whoa, what's happening? It's okay, Tobias said. I have a concealed carry permit for this. Well, that's a relief, Lauren responded disingenuously. But before we start blasting away, we need to tell you something. What is it? Hope asked. Claire wandered into the room and announced, There's nobody else here. What do you mean? Tobias said. Lauren elaborated. There's no one in the kitchen, no workers, no actors, no staff. There isn't even any food back there. We are all alone in this house. Hope, Bridget, and Tobias said at the same time, What? That's not all, Lauren continued. There's something else you should know. Claire and I, we're not even supposed to be here. Jerry and I shared a look, and he asked, What do you mean? I mean, we're not really guests. Our cars broke down this morning. We were just passing by. The hairs on the back of my neck stood straight up. Oh my God, Hope exclaimed, clutching her chest. You're not going to believe this, but we're not supposed to be here either. We were on our way home and our car died right up the road. We had to walk here. Maggie said we could stay, but we had to pretend to be guests. Well, this was one twist I did not see coming. Bridget grabbed her husband's arm and gave him a serious look. He nodded and said, Yeah, that's exactly what happened to us. My truck has less than 10,000 miles on it. There's no reason it should have stalled. We had to hike a couple of miles up a hill. The old lady told us to mingle and fake like we belonged here. Jerry tisk-tisked and said, Well, I for one am shocked. Here we are paying full price, and they're just giving rooms away for free. I'll be telling Yelp about this. I punched him in the shoulder and set the record straight. We are all in the same boat here. Wait, Hope said. If none of us are really guests, then how did Nathaniel... We looked around and realized at the same time that the blind old man evidently disappeared into thin air. Tobias was the one to say what we were all thinking. What the hell is going on here? As is usually the case for things like this, the person with the gun became the de facto man in charge. I will give him some credit. He started off okay. Our first course of action was a group field trip to the basement, where Tobias put in a call to the local authorities. We were informed that, owing due to the storm and our remote location, it would take about an hour before anybody could reach us. That's when Tobias's leadership skills took a steep nosedive. In the end, he stole Jerry's original plan and told everyone to go wait in their rooms until the authorities arrived. With the allegedly blind man now in the wind, I had slipped into the number 2 spot on the group's most likely to be the killer list. But that didn't mean they were ready to line up and do trust falls with me. Tobias kept his gun in hand as he chauffeured us to each of our rooms, instructing us to lock our doors and stay put. As Jerry wandered the suite looking for bugs, I sat at the edge of the bed, trying to make sense of everything. But this puzzle, it was just missing too many pieces. How could someone have orchestrated something like this? Why would they? Who killed the old woman? What was going to happen next? Those particular mysteries were way too abstract for my brain to get any foothold. But I had no trouble with this one. Why does Tobias want us to stay in our rooms? It made no sense. Tobias had demonstrated a certain degree of intelligence that led me to assume that he knew why separating into smaller, easier to target groups was a bad idea. We only needed to survive for like an hour. Why wouldn't he want us to stay together? The answer came to me out of nowhere. He needed to get rid of us so that he could use the phone without anyone witnessing. I couldn't explain how or why I knew, but I was certain that this was the answer. Tobias had a secret. He was playing dumb, but he knew more than he was letting on. And he might not be the only one. I suddenly remembered the note, the one that Claire gave me shortly before the lights went out. I dug it out of my pocket, unfolded it, and read the message. "We're all going to die here tonight." It wasn't really helpful, I thought, crumpling up the paper and tossing it into a trash can. Jerry fell on the bed next to me with a defeated sigh. "I can't find the bugs anywhere, dude." "Jerry," I started, "you remember when we first left the car and I explicitly said no weapons?" "Yeah?" "Is there any chance you completely ignored what I told you and smuggled one up here anyway?" He took a conspicuously sharp inhale and said, "What answer won't make you mad at me?" "Ah, thank God, where is it?" Jerry rolled off the bed and crawled to the bathroom. He returned a moment later. He was holding his jeans. He dug through the pockets until he found a police-grade stun gun that he'd smuggled up here without my knowledge. He tossed it to me. I was both annoyed and relieved. At least now we could defend ourselves if we were lucky enough to see trouble coming ahead of time. But trouble always had a way of sneaking up on Jack? I spun around, and trouble had snuck up on me. She was standing next to the bookcase, looking very different than when I first met her. She let her hair down and changed into a pair of jeans and a Nirvana t-shirt. If not for the black lipstick, I might not have recognized her right away. "Lauren," I said, careful not to make any sudden moves. If she'd come to kill me, it was awfully generous for her to give me a warning first. I didn't see any weapons in her hands this time, but I wasn't about to assume anything. "Hello there," Jerry said like it was a perfectly normal encounter. "I didn't think we'd have any company tonight. Quick question. You the murderer?" She crossed her arms and said, "No, are you?" He turned to me and said, "I believe her. I don't know why, but I do." I couldn't hold the question in any longer. "How'd you get here?" "There's a secret passage behind our bookshelf connecting the two rooms," she explained, pointing out the new entryway exposed in our wall. "Must be part of the murder mystery or whatever, but you guys know this whole situation is totally fucked, right?" I answered, "Yeah." And Jerry said, "Totally." She went on, "We're getting out of here. Do you boys want to come?" Jerry eagerly answered, "Always." But I wasn't so sure I could trust anyone who trusted us. The only way she could possibly know neither of us were the killer was if she already knew who the killer was, right? "Not so fast," I said. "What makes you so sure we even want to go with you?" "Claire trusts you. That's good enough for me." "Why does Claire trust us?" Lauren seemed confused. She tilted her head and said, "You do know what she is, right?" What is she?" "You mean you don't already know?" "Can we just cut to the chase here? I'm tired of beating around the bush." "Claire, well, she knows things that she shouldn't know. Sometimes she remembers things before they happen, and..." Lauren stopped and looked around the room. "And what?" "And she can tell when people are about to die." I thought about the note crumpled up in the trash and asked a question I probably didn't want to know the answer to. "Is she ever wrong?" "Well, she told me you were like her. Was she wrong about that?" There's something messed up with me. I think that's what she meant. If what you're saying is true, then I think she and I ended up on opposite ends of the freak show lottery. But we've already spent too long discussing this. As I'm sure you've already gathered by now, we're being watched, which means they'll know any plan we come up with. Our best option is to work fast and stick together. "Agreed. Let's get going. Claire's waiting for us." I knew the clock was ticking, and I didn't have time to second guess. Survival instincts kicked in, and now we're making our escape. "Who the fuck is Claire?" Jerry asked as we walked through the secret passageway. She was waiting for us at the end of the plain, dimly lit corridor connecting the two rooms. Claire held Lauren's butterfly knife in her hand, fully extended, pointing at the floor. I instantly knew without even asking that she was afraid of knives. She hated touching them. The only reason she had this one is because Lauren insisted she'd take it to arm herself a few moments ago. before heading through the secret passageway, leaving her alone and vulnerable. But did I know that because of the look on her face? The body language? Or was there something else at play? Was there something that was putting ideas into my head again? Damn, I really need to get my medicine before we leave. Claire smiled with her eyes when she saw us coming. I noticed that she had already changed out of her clothes for the escape. A knee-length floral skirt and long black sleeve blouse that didn't quite match. Still, it would serve its purpose if we needed to run. As soon as we entered the room, I forgot what was going on and tried for the mandatory pleasantries. Claire, this is... She cut me off. Jerry. I know. Jerry smiled and whispered, Dude, I'm famous. Lauren took the knife from Claire and asked, Is it safe? Claire shook her head. I can't tell. There's still something in this house. It's like trying to see through fog. All I know is what's right in front of me. Lauren looked at me. How about you? Is it safe? How the hell would I know? I told you, I'm not a psychic. She sounded like she was running out of patience. Not psychic, just sensitive. Sometimes when people are close to death, they can hear something, whispering to them from the other side. For whatever reason, Claire's talent has an effect on people like that. She's like a signal booster. A jolt of electricity ran up my spine, followed by a quick wave of nausea. The earth quaked and the house shook. I nearly lost my balance again. In an instant, it was over. I reflexively reached up and grabbed my throat, right where the phantom pain was beginning to subside. Did you guys feel that? Jerry shrugged. Feel what? Claire was holding on to Lauren for balance. Her head turned down as she took breaths. One of her hands was pressed against her throat. When she finally looked up, we shared the same thought. But she let me be the one to say it. Someone just died. Oh, snap, Jerry said. Jack's got the shining. Quick, what number am I thinking of? Lauren replied quickly. It doesn't work that way, you idiot. The number he was thinking of was 69. She turned her attention to her sister and asked, What did you see? Nothing, she answered. But I felt it. I looked at Jerry and gestured toward the door. He didn't need to be a mind reader to know what I meant. It's time to move. He led the way into the hall. We followed. Down the first flight of stairs. The ground was already in sight. Lauren screamed. We saw a crumpled heap on the landing of the second story, bleeding onto the carpet. Hope's lifeless body. Her terror-stricken face drained of all color. A kitchen knife protruding from the center of her throat. That must have been why she didn't make a sound. The killer cut off her voice box before she could alert anybody. Smart. Because a simple scream is all it would take to bring the house running to meet them. Thanks a lot, Lauren. At this point, Bridget's scream just felt redundant. Tobias predictably pulled out his gun. What happened? He yelled. Oh my god, oh my god. Bridget went to check for a pulse, but it was nothing more than a formality. We could all see that she was done for. After a few seconds, Bridget looked up and shook her head. I considered signaling for the others to make a break for the stairs, but Tobias' gun was seriously complicating the route of escape. Somebody better start talking right now, he said. Jerry made a valiant attempt. Hey, don't look at us. We were all hanging out upstairs together when this happened. Why were you out of your room? We were planning our escape. Don't worry, T-Bone. I was going to come back for you. That's when Lauren reminded me the worst part of Hope's death. Someone has to tell Wolfgang. Tell me what? I turned around to see the boy standing in the open doorway to his room. Lauren and Tobias moved fast, cutting off the line of sight. They talked over one another, speaking too quickly for me to understand either of them. Wolfgang walked right toward me, pushed his way between the two of them and approached the body of his dead mother. And he looked down where she lay in a pool of fresh blood. The others were too focused on finding the right words to say or figuring out what was going on, casting blame and doubt. They were all too distracted to notice what I noticed. The briefest flicker of a smile on young Wolfgang's face. Tobias took a knee as he pulled the boy away from his mother's body. An awkward silence fell as we wanted to hear what the honorary leader could possibly say. I didn't envy his position. I wouldn't have known how to talk to Wolfgang under the best of circumstances. I certainly couldn't process more than a superficial, sorry for your loss if I really had to. But Tobias wanted to be the one in charge, and that position came with certain burdens that guns simply could not help. Tobias did the best he could. Wolfgang, listen, I need you to be strong, okay? The kid seemed plenty strong to me. Just a callous, empty, okay. Followed by a long stare at his mother's body, with the words, I guess whoever killed the old woman got Mom too. Jerry was the next to speak up. I think it's high time we get the hell out of here. Tobias stood up and squared off against him. Get out of here? And go where? Anywhere, answered Lauren, stepping up to Jerry's side. Pick a direction and go. There's a murderer in this house. It's better than just sticking around and getting picked off one at a time. Nobody is going anywhere, Tobias said sternly. Jerry crossed his arms. It sounds an awful lot like you've got an ulterior motive to keep us in this place. Tobias was getting worked up now. If I was the killer, don't you think I'd have shot you all by now and been done with it? Of course not, Jerry responded. The thrill is in the hunt. I punched him in the shoulder. Alright, everybody shut up, okay? Who's ever behind this is hoping for this exact scenario. I don't know how they did it, but I don't care much anymore. The facts are these. We've all been lured into a trap. We're being watched and toyed with. Nowhere inside this house can be considered safe, and none of us can be trusted. The stupidest thing we can do is stay put. Wait a second, Tobias said. What do you mean by we're being watched? Jerry and I have reason to believe our room is bugged. Tobias shifted his eyes to the body. So then there could be cameras. There might be footage of whoever killed... A jolt of energy shot through me hard and fast. I lost my breath and nearly lost my balance along with it. For a moment, I thought I was having a heart attack, but the moment passed just as suddenly as it came. Dude, Jerry said, putting his hand on my shoulder. You alright? You look like you swallowed a stink bug. Claire! Lauren caught her sister before she fell over. What's wrong? She struggled to catch her breath, then looked at me and answered without even using her words. The killer knows we're figuring it out. He's panicked. He's changing plans. Somebody is about to die. It wasn't just a suspicion or an intuition. It was the feeling of terror you get a half a second before a car accident, when you see it coming but you can't stop it. The moment when time slows down, and some people see their lives flash right before their eyes. It hadn't happened yet, but we were way too late to stop it. It was as good as done. Fuck! I screamed. Claire finally spoke. She said exactly what I knew she was going to say. I'm so sorry. The feeling was already wearing off. The sense of inevitability dwindled for a second, replaced with the newfound urge to get the fuck out of there before what I saw came to pass. I chose my next words carefully. We need to leave. Tobias raised his voice. I said, we aren't going anywhere until... I've heard enough out of him. Tobias wasn't the only one here with a weapon. Before I'd even had time to think it through, I pulled the stun gun out of my pocket and hurled it as hard as I could. It struck him right between the eyes and dropped him onto his back. Yes! I screamed, before realizing why I should not have done that. Dang, dude, Jerry said. Nice shot. Tobias was already getting back up to his feet. He reached into his jacket, presumably going for the handgun, but then his face registered a look that I recognized all too well. The oh shit look. That's when I knew he didn't have his pistol anymore. He looked around for his weapon, but his eye settled on something else. Jerry! I screamed, pointing at the stun gun that landed by the stairs. Tobias leapt for it. Jerry let out a battle cry of spring as he dove headfirst across the hall. They collided and stumbled down the stairs together. Lauren stepped forward. I held out my arm to stop her. Wait, I said. For what? Until we see who gets the gun. They both took a hell of a beating on the way down. Their blood was on both of their faces, and it finally came to a rolling stop. Jerry kicked the stun gun across the floor. Tobias took the bait. Leaping to his feet, Jerry grabbed his ankles and pulled him out from under him. Lauren asked, "Shouldn't we?" No, he's got this. I knew Jerry would get the weapon first, or Tobias would spend the only charge on the one guy I knew who already tased himself multiple times for fun, on different occasions. They grappled clumsily across the floor until Jerry got the upper hand, snagged the weapon and fired it into the air with a triumphant, "Ha!" Tobias immediately punched him square in the nose. Jerry dropped the gun and grabbed his bleeding face and said, "Oh, fuck you, you sore loser." Lauren charged down the steps with Claire tailing her. I kept close. She hit the foot of the stairs. Lauren shouted, "That's enough!" Jerry pointed at Tobias. "He started it." Lauren ignored him. "This isn't helping. Put your dicks away and pay attention to what's happening before it's too late." Tobias wiped his bloody face on his sleeve. He looked around at the crowd that had gathered on the first floor, then up the steps. "Bridget?" His voice lost all authority, and now it was replaced by a simple, old-fashioned fear. "Honey, where are you?" I looked behind me. There was nobody at the top of the steps. A quick head count proved that we were suddenly missing 2 more people. Bridget and Wolfgang were both gone. Disappeared into the ether, just like old Nathaniel, and, I just now noticed, Maggie. There was a bloody spot on the floor where she had died, but evidently somebody had moved the body. I looked toward the door. It was right there, just a few steps and we'd be free. And the unspeakable vision I saw at the top of the stairs just wouldn't be possible. Tobias was already on his way up the stairs, calling his wife's name. The others shifted gears accordingly, joining him in the search without even a second thought. Only I stayed behind, by myself, wishing there was something I could do to change all their minds. But Tobias wouldn't leave without his wife. Lauren wouldn't leave without the missing child. Claire wouldn't leave without her sister. And Jerry wouldn't leave until everyone else was safe. Nothing I could say would change that. That's why he was about to die. Click, clack. I looked to the bookcase where the strange noise had come from. It was moving, pivoting on a hinge, swinging outward, creaking open like a door. Another secret passageway. I braced myself for the closet monster or swarm of killer hornets or whatever other surprise attack this night had in store. But nothing happened right away. The bookcase stopped moving. When the passage was about a foot ajar, enough to see through if I even wanted to take a look. This new mystery was beckoning me over. Luckily, I've run out of intellectual curiosity several dead bodies ago. I could see the obvious trap for what it was. After a few seconds, it still hadn't moved. I guess the obvious trap decided to up the ante. "Hello?" screamed the voice of Bridget from the other side of the door. "Is anyone there? Please help me." I approached the bookcase and leaned against it. I pushed it closed until I heard a latch snap into place. Bridget, or whatever was using her voice, continued to plead with me, but now it was muffled and barely audible. If I were lucky, no one else was going to hear it. I turned to see Lauren standing at the foot of the stairs, Claire right behind her. "Did I just see you closing a secret door?" I shook my head. "What? A secret door? No." Bridget let out a scream. The pipes on that woman were impressive, to say the least. Lauren began to approach me, taking slow steps with Claire following silently. "What was that?" she asked. "What was what?" Click-clack. The bookcase door swung open again, with enough force to hit me in the back and knock me to the ground as books flew over on the top shelf. They all landed around me. Bridget continued to scream, "Help me, please! Oh God, Tobias, anyone, someone!" "Oh," I said, feigning stupidity. "You mean that?" Lauren rushed over to the passage, but I pulled myself up and blocked her path. I held out with both my hands and said, "Wait!" She stopped long enough just to put her knife against my throat and say, "Give me one goddamn reason why I should." "Earlier, when we found Hope's body, I saw something. I don't know if you'd call it a vision, but..." I looked at Claire. "I know you saw it too." What was it?" Lauren asked. I couldn't bring myself to describe the details. The house was fucking with us. There was no scenario where we were all going to get out alive. It's like quicksand. The more you struggle, the deeper you sink. The only winning move is not to play. And you're the one who decides where we draw the line, who is and isn't worth saving. You want to be in charge of the triage? What if it was me or Claire in that room? What if it was your friend, Jerry? What if you ran to save yourself? Go for it. But don't you dare tell me who is and isn't worth saving. Bridget? It all became moot a second later anyway, when Tobias heard his wife's voice. He ran down the stairs, ran past us without even acknowledging our little standoff, and he went right into the secret room behind the bookshelf. Jerry slid right down the handrail behind him, jumped off at the last second, and waved at us as he followed Tobias like a farm dog chasing his owner's car into traffic. I rolled my eyes and followed. Lauren and Claire were behind us. The moment we were all together in the room, the door case slammed shut behind us. It was a library, a secret room bigger than the parlor. Every square inch of wall was covered in bookshelves and lit by clusters of crystal chandeliers. Under other circumstances, I'd have been losing my mind, in a good way. But despite the size of our new cage, I was woefully claustrophobic. It certainly didn't help that Bridget was chained up to a wooden chair in the center of the room, with a big square box in her lap and a bright LED display counting down the time from 56 minutes. It also didn't help that the blind man had suddenly reappeared and was standing in the room with us. Lauren tore books for the secret door, throwing them on the ground in an effort to find a way to reopen it from the side. She wouldn't find it. I knew she was feeling regret, but I kept my "I told you so's" to myself for now. Tobias was at Bridget's side, comforting her while simultaneously checking the chains that held her in place. Bridget's mascara was running down her face. She was saying a lot of things. Nothing terribly important. A lot of "I love you" and "I don't want to die" and variations in there. Claire collected the books that Lauren had tossed to the ground and was moving them into the stack into a corner. Jerry circled the room, taking it all in. I stood still, frozen, wondering if I could have tried harder to escape when we had the chance. When Nathaniel spoke, we all stopped what we were doing to listen. "It would appear that our dear Bridget has fallen victim to one of Bedside Manor's many perils. A most dangerous trap indeed, but not to worry. There's still time to solve this puzzle and save her life. To do so, we must work together and search for clues." Lauren charged at him. "Listen here, you mysterious old fuck. Let us go right now or I'm gonna cut you into confetti and throw a goddamn party." "I'm sorry," he said a little too calmly. "I don't understand that reference. Perhaps if you search the library, you will find what you are looking for." She lunged forward at him and screamed as she plunged the blade right into his stomach. He didn't react. I nearly pissed myself, but the old man acted like he hadn't even noticed. Lauren yanked the knife out, slinging blood across the carpeted floor. Nathaniel waited a moment, then said, "If you need a hint to get yourself started, and if you find you've gotten stuck, I am authorized to give you up to 3 clues to get you back on track. But all members of the party must agree before—" Lauren held the knife with both hands and slashed it across Nathaniel's face from ear to ear. Blood poured from the enormous gash. The flesh on his top lip dangled over his beard. His tongue moved up and down, visible from the tear in the cheek meat, and yet it didn't seem to faze him one bit. His words were slightly harder to understand, but I think he was explaining what we had to do to get another hint. Lauren backed away, a look of pure horror on her face. What the fuck is going on?" she gasped. "Well, my theory of sex cult just got shot right out the window," Jerry said, handing her a stack of oversized encyclopedias. That's when Bridget said something that caught my attention. Her voice changed. It was quieter now. This was meant for her husband and nobody else. Of course I had to listen. "Tobias, my darling, I have to tell you something. I know about Lisa." "Be quiet, dear. That's what this is all about, right? That's why we're here, isn't it? That's the only thing that makes sense. This all has to do with Bridget. Not another word. I love you. I'm gonna get us out of here. I just need to find some tools." Jerry walked up to them. "What are we looking at here? I'm a bit of a bomb guy myself." Tobias pushed him out of the way. "Not now, you. No offense, but this is way out of your league. I just need to find a way to open up the faceplate. Jerry took off his belt. Here, you can use the belt prong to pry it open. Tobias reluctantly accepted the help, while Bridget looked on in fear. What is it? She asked. Jerry answered. It's an IED with a targeted C4 blast. Tobias opened up the device, and the two of them began speaking bomb jargon like they were talking shop. Well, there's a panel for a disarm code. Jerry pointed. Watch out, the mercury tilt switch. If we jostle it, the bomb will go off. I can disarm this. I just need to disconnect this arming switch and the power source. Are you mental, dude? What kind of bomb has a tilt switch and not an interrupter detector? You disconnect the wire, you set it all off. What? Too used to salt. Nathaniel continued to bleed and bubble unintelligibly. A hand grabbed my shoulder and pulled me away from the bomb experts. It was Lauren, directing me to the corner where she and Claire were building a small fort out of books. We're making a bunker, she explained. I can't leave them, I said, pointing to the chair bomb trio. You can't help them either. Help us. She had a point, and I didn't have time to argue. If that bomb were down to a minute, I'd have to find a way to subdue Jerry and drag him off to the safety corner. But until then, at least I could do something productive. Nathaniel continued to drone on and bleed. Jerry and Tobias argued about explosive schematics. Bridget tried to remain calm, and the rest of us, we built a blast wall in the furthest corner out of the room, of the thickest books that we could find. The wall was about chest high when I heard Jerry scream, "No!" Tobias screamed back, "Fuck you! I know what I'm doing!" He shoved Jerry away and reached into the bomb casing, and... Lauren slammed an open hardcover book on my head and pulled me to the ground. The room turned solid white. The air around me was replaced by pure sound. Time wavered. I floated. Reality coalesced. Eons passed, and then I was brought violently back to the moment. Everything hurt. My insides revolted. Air, mercifully, returned. But breathing was a laborious task. I tasted copper. I couldn't see anything. The only sound was the ringing in my ears. And then, what was left of my survival instinct took over. I tried to move my fingers. Alright, so far so good. And my arms. Not so good. I yelled out Jerry's name and then realized it was muffled. Not just by the ringing, but there was something in front of my face. On top of me. All over me, holding me down. Ah, shit, I realized. I'm buried alive. I struggled to free myself, finding that the grave of books I'd fallen into wasn't all that deep. I pushed the debris off me and emerged into a dark room. The only light was coming from the myriad of fires and pouring through the secret passageway where the bookshelf had stood. It had been blown right off the hinges. Most of the room was gone, or at least hadn't landed yet. There was a small crater in the center of the room where Bridget's chair had been. Lauren and Claire were both up, coughing, covered in burns and blood. But they were alive. And then I saw the bodies. I almost didn't recognize them from what was left. But there was no doubt. Bridget, Tobias, and Jerry were completely destroyed. My vision had come true. We couldn't save them. They were all dead. The only saving grace was that I didn't have adequate time to process my grief. If I had, it may have completely gotten the better of me. But in a matter of seconds, we were on the move. We put out fires, covered up bodies, and went into the lobby to find Wolfgang standing there, waiting. He looked us up and down and asked, "What happened?" He tried to keep it covered up with his jacket, but I noticed the gun in his waistband immediately. "Where were you?" Lauren asked. "I don't know," he lied. A coughing fit got the better of Claire. She fell into the corner trying to catch her breath. Instead of rushing to her sister's side, Lauren turned to me. I knew what was coming. I didn't particularly care for it either. "Save it," I said. "I'm okay." Of course I wasn't okay, but time was of the essence. The last thing I needed was to hear her reciting the same platitudes Tobias had given Wolfgang only minutes earlier, after his mother had died, when that sneaky little shit took advantage of our distraction and stole the gun. The words, they rung as hollow now as they did then. Wolfgang came to the bottom of the stairs, took a look at the damage in the room behind us, and asked, "Is there anyone left?" What he meant was, is there anyone left alive? Anyone else to worry about stopping him? He was too inexperienced to be subtle. Even without Claire's ability amplifying my senses, I would have known. Nathaniel may have been dead, but as long as Wolfgang was armed, we weren't out of the woods just yet. I went for the safe answer. We don't know. There's probably more people here. He pointed at the destruction and said, "Who was all in there?" I stepped closer. His hands gravitated uncomfortably close to the hidden weapon. "We don't know," I said. Wolfgang cocked his head at me, no doubt wondering if I suspected him. But how could he have ever guessed that I knew exactly what he was thinking? I didn't understand it myself. These thoughts were just appearing in my head randomly. It has been a while since I've taken my medicine. "What are we going to do now?" he asked. "I have a plan," I answered. Then, on the fly, I made up a plan. "We need to split up. The girls will stay here and search for survivors. You and I will go get my car and bring it back around." "I thought you said your car broke down." "It did. I have everything I need to fix it now." That's it. Just tell him whatever you need to. Just get him away from the others." Lauren put her hand on my shoulder and said, "Jack." I turned to her. "This is the best idea." Then I looked past her to Claire. "Isn't that right?" Claire nodded in agreement. That was enough for Lauren. "Be careful," Claire said, without moving her lips, just using her voice. I turned back to Wolfgang. "Let's go. We don't have much time." He flashed a grin and said, "After you." The rain was chilling to the bone. We were both drenched in no time. Stinging wind and water lit up every bit of flesh, burnt my face and hands. The storm had quickly washed the blood and bits out of my hair, the solid pieces. I realized with disgust that there were splinters of bone fragments. I wanted to puke. But I held myself together. I needed to keep my wits about me and watch for a right opportunity to turn the tables. But Wolfgang was patient, calculating. He followed closely, but never coming within arm's reach. We used our phone's flashlight to cut through the darkness. If I got lucky, my baseball bat might save the day. But as we continued, I became aware of certain curious matters. There seemed to be far more trees than I remember seeing on our walk up here. The road felt thinner. Where we walked, it might barely be considered enough space for a one-way. And our walk didn't include any sort of decline. Weren't we supposed to be going downhill? Crick, 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 crick. I shined my light in the forest for a moment, and it looked like something skittered into the branches. But whatever it might have been was the least of our concerns. We were nearly a mile into the trip before Wolfgang finally spoke up. "You know, you look like a shit took a shit." Considering I'd just been blown up, lost my best friend, and probably was about to die, his assessment could have been a lot worse. All I could say was, "Okay." I didn't recognize anything around us, but it was impossible that we could have gotten lost on the only road. And yet, being impossible hardly seemed to stop anything from happening today. The only thing I could do was chalk it up to my memory playing tricks on me, again. How long had it been since I'd taken my medicine? It must have been another mile or two down the road before Wolfgang spoke again. "How far away from the house do you think we'd have to be for nobody to hear a gunshot? In this weather, you could probably shoot someone dead at the end of the driveway and nobody would be any the wiser. But I sure as hell wasn't about to tell him that. Don't worry, gunshots are loud as hell. If someone were to fire a gun, everyone would know. You little fucking Captain Obvious asshole, klepto sociopath." I kept pushing forward. The trees were so thick on either side that they looked like a solid wall in the dark. That's not right, I thought to myself. I remember. This was all farmland before. "How much further?" Wolfgang whined. "I'm not sure. The cars should be around here somewhere." I scanned the edges of the road for a stick or a rock, anything. I could feel it. He had lost his patience. He was getting ready to take the shot, and I didn't have anything to defend myself. "I don't think we walked this far," he said. "I think somebody must have moved the cars." Who would do something like that? "I don't know, but it makes sense." I stopped, turned around and faced him, and asked, "How does that make sense?" "Think about it. Whoever did this has it down to a pattern. They must have had lots of practice. They probably have friends or workers who wait until we leave, and then they come and drive our cars to the scrapyard. They're good at this because they had done it so many times before." You're right. That does make sense," I said, even though it really didn't. "I've got to say, you don't seem all that worried." "I've got a plan." "Yeah?" "Yeah, when they come for me, I'll just kill them all." I turned around and started walking again. "Hey, let's keep looking. Maybe our car's a little further up this way." I put some pep in my step to try to create some distance between us. But Wolfgang was faster than me, and he kept up without any problem. "You know what?" he said. "I think that's the secret ingredient. Patience. You just need a little bit of practice and you can do anything you want." There was something up ahead. An interruption in the pattern. A driveway. For a moment, I thought I was safe. Wolfgang hadn't noticed it yet. He just kept talking. That's what my mom always told me. She said I needed real-world experience and I could do whatever I wanted. As I got closer, I realized what was wrong with this driveway. I had seen it before. You know why my mom left her room after that man told us to stay still? She wanted to sneak away before the cops could arrive. Do you know why? Because she thought I was the one who killed that old bitch. Mom thought she was protecting me, but really, she was just controlling me. And then I saw the opportunity, and you know what I did? I took my knife and "Wolfgang!" I shouted. He was grinning, holding the gun in his hand, eager to get more practice. "What?" "Take a look." I pointed up the driveway. He was so hyper-focused that he failed to realize where we were. We had been walking for miles in a straight line, yet somehow we were standing right where we started, at the entrance to Bedside Manor. He laughed. "What's so funny?" I asked. "Doesn't matter," he said. "I'm still going to kill you, and then I'm going to kill the sisters, and I'll kill anyone else who tries to fuck with me. And then when the cops arrive, I'll tell them..." My cell phone collided with his face as hard as I could throw it. In an alternate universe, I might have made an incredible baseball player. But in this one, I was taking advantage of the young psychopath's inexperience and running blindly in the forest for cover. A second later, he let out a primal howl. The light from the phone cast my shrinking shadow against the trees, giving me just enough visual reference to slide between two giant trunks as the first shot rang out. He screamed again and rushed after me, firing wildly, with no regard for ammo conservation. His light was the only source out here. The further I got, the harder it was to see. I tripped a few times, hit a few branches, and then finally stopped. I pushed myself against the closest tree and I held my breath. He was still broadcasting his position like a total amateur, screaming and firing. But he obviously had no idea where I had gone. I started the climb. The kid would never find me up here. Another shot rang out, much closer, and then I saw the light steadily growing brighter. Wolfgang headed straight for me, but he couldn't know where I was, right? He didn't see me climb, did he? I had the upper hand as long as I stayed still and I didn't move. I mean, it's not like he was psychic too, right? Oh shit, crap, fuck, dang. Is he psychic too? He stepped right into the clearing beneath my tree and stopped. "Hey, Jack," he called out. "If you come out now, I promise I'll put a bullet right in your brain. I know how to make it fast." I was gauging the possibility of a surprise drop attack when I heard the noise. A low, rumbling growl emanating everywhere deeper in the forest. Wolfgang snapped his light in every direction of the sound. "Jack? Is that you?" The growl became louder, and then it split into multiple, a chorus of thunderous growls coming from every direction. He swung the gun and the light in a full circle. He called out, "Hey, who's there?" The circle began to shrink in on us, becoming louder, closer. When the first creature appeared, it took all my self-control not to scream. The thing was nearly as tall as Wolfgang. Bright red eyes, coal black fur, 4 legs, hackles raised, teeth bared. A nightmarish hellhound, steadily closing in on its prey. Wolfgang fired. The bullet landed right in the animal's snout, but just like Nathaniel, the animal had no reaction to the injury. "Stay back," Wolfgang screamed. I noticed the other hellhounds a second before he did. And he spun around and fired at the other one, caught it right across the torso. But the monster didn't so much as yip. He didn't get a third shot. The animals attacked all at once, tearing directly into him, ripping flesh from bone as he screamed in terror and agony. I closed my eyes. If I could have, I would have closed my ears too. But I had to listen to him wail as they devoured him alive and dragged him off into the woods. Sometime later, it's hard to say how long, I'm pretty much certain I was in the early to mid stages of hypothermia. I reopened my eyes. Much to my amazement, I could see my surroundings. The sun was already rising. Even though storm clouds continued to blot out the sky, and enough light broke through to give me navigation back. I needed to get to Claire and Lauren before they made the mistake of coming out here to look for me. The rules of the game had changed, quite unexpectedly, again. And now, there was pertinent information that needed to factor into our survival plan. Wolfgang had been killed by... I literally rolled my eyes as the thought hit me. Really funny, whoever's in charge. Wolfgang was killed by a gang of wolves. What the actual fuck? Anyway. After carefully falling out of the tree onto my ass, I righted myself and started back towards the house. I took 2 steps and stopped, and wondered, is this even the right direction? I turned around and tried to remember which way I was running before I climbed into the tree. In the panic of all of it, I had forgotten to take visual reference. Not that it really mattered, considering how every tree looked the exact same. I heard the growl just in time to turn around and see the black wolf standing just a couple of yards away. Somehow, it looked even more terrifying in the daytime. Eyes glowing red as hot embers. Fur blacker than the night. Teeth full display. "Hey, buddy," I said in my calmest voice. "Look at you. Who's a good boy? You are. Thanks for the assist back there. You should be full by now. Right?" I hit the ground before I even realized he had pounced. I felt the full weight of the enormous creature pinning me down. I felt my ribs cracking like pretzels beneath his paws, stabbing my organs from the inside. The very last thing I felt was the searing, brutal pain of its teeth, dull but strong, as they pinched around my throat and ripped out my windpipe. I couldn't scream. I couldn't fight. All I could do was die. No, wait, don't touch it!" Jerry screamed. There was a lot of screaming, actually, but Jerry's was the first voice I could make out. The lights snapped back on. The warmth had returned to my skin. The ringing in my ears from the blast was gone. We were all seated around the dining room table. We were all perfectly dry. Everyone was back in their period costumes. No cuts, no scrapes, no bruises. Everything was, dare I say, normal. Tobias and Bridget jumped to their feet and embraced. Hope vomited onto her dinner plate. Wolfgang stared across the table, fury in his eyes. The voices continued over one another, fighting, screaming, crying. Eventually, Jerry whistled loud enough to make everyone shut up. He had the floor now. "All right, everybody calm your collective tits. Let me ask you one question. Did I just die?" "Yeah, you died over an hour ago," Lauren said. Jerry put his hands on his hips, looked at Tobias, and laughed. "I fucking told you so." "You didn't die an hour ago," I corrected her. "You died last night. You've been dead for so long." He looked at me, made a bemused face, and asked, "Are you crying, dude?" I couldn't tell you why he would ask something like that. I mean, I wasn't crying. And anyone who tries to tell you otherwise wasn't there, doesn't know what happened, and is a big fat liar. Now, everyone. There was an audible gasp from several of us present as soon as Nathaniel began speaking. "It would appear that our night has gotten off to a strange start. And fortunately, we had been given a second chance. I recommend we do not squander it. We get to figure out the mystery of Bedside Manor. Jerry picked up a dinner plate and frisbeed it across the table, smashing it into pieces across Nathaniel's face. The old man didn't react. "Damn," Jerry said. "I thought for sure that would prove he wasn't really blind." "I think it proves that he isn't really human," Lauren corrected. Hope slammed the table with both hands and screamed, "Will someone please tell me what's going on?" Tobias asked, "What's the last thing everyone remembers?" Jerry answered first. "You didn't listen to me and you got us killed." Lauren was next. "We survived the explosion. Then Jack and Wolfgang went to go find help. And then..." She couldn't bring herself to finish a sentence, so Claire did it for her. "We were killed by a haunted suit of armor." Jerry nodded and said, "Nice." "What about you?" Tobias asked, looking at Hope. The color drained from her face as she turned around and looked at her son. She answered, "I didn't see who did it." Wolfgang pointed across the table at me and shouted, "He did it! He's the one who killed me!" Jerry couldn't contain himself. "Oh, shut your butt, Wolfie! We're not idiots! We know you killed your mom!" "Don't you speak to my son that way!" Hope shrieked. "Your friend is the one taking crazy pills." I snapped right back at her. "And you're the lady who recognizes antipsychotics in their drug names. Care to tell us why that is?" Tobias was kind enough to change the subject. "All right, everybody hold on a second. Am I to understand that we all just experienced our own deaths? And then we regained our consciousness right here at the same time with no signs of injury whatsoever?" "Huh?" Jerry responded. He looked around the table and asked, "Hey, how come Maggie isn't here? Wasn't there enough fairy dust to bring everyone back?" "Maybe it was just a collective vision," Lauren offered. "Maybe none of that actually happened. I mean, how could it have?" The sound of a loud chime echoed throughout the house. "What the hell is that?" Jerry asked. Nathaniel answered with a smile. "Ah, goody. It seems the detective has finally arrived. Perhaps he can help us sort out this ghastly affair." "Well, said the detective. "Seems you lot have managed to cock up quite a bit in such a short amount of time." He was a tall man with dark hair, a wide frame, and a black goatee. He wore a three-piece pinstripe suit fitting of the period of Bedside Manor, complete with a lilac bow tie and a matching pocket square. He stood in front of the fireplace as he spoke, one hand on his lap, the other one clutching a pocket watch, which he briefly inspected before continuing. "Shall we try this again?" The last of us formed a semicircle around him. Tobias and Lauren refused to sit. Nathaniel smiled from his regular spot in the armchair. I sat on the love seat. Jerry was relaxing on the arm of said love seat. I really didn't get a good look at where the others were, but the detective had us all together as his captive audience. I mean, quite literally, we were captives here. This group meeting was hardly a voluntary event. No, we fought it tooth and nail, every step of the way. When we first saw the detective, we saw his clothing and realized that he wasn't a real detective. Then it clicked that this man was just a further extension of the game. We collectively lost our tenuous exposure. Jerry threw a chair, and the detective knocked out both of his front teeth. Lauren tried to stab him, and she had a busted lip and a swollen eye to show for it. Tobias fired the last bullet remaining in his gun, but the detective still broke both of his trigger fingers. I'm not going to even pretend like I tried anything valiant. The moment I saw him take a bullet without reacting, I decided not to waste the energy. The detective pocketed his watch, smiled sinisterly, and said, "As you have no doubt gathered, the mystery of Bedside Manor spans farther than any of you have anticipated, but I'd like to simplify things. Here is what I propose. Solve the mystery, and you'll be free to go." Lauren scoffed. "Here's a counter-proposal. How about you go fuck yourself?" Jerry spat another mouthful of blood onto the puddle on the floor and said, "Actually, fucking is a lot of fun. This guy doesn't deserve it. Counter-proposal. How about you go shit yourself?" Unlike his smile, Jerry's perennial good spirits were still intact. even though his pronunciation made it sound like, this guy doesn't deserve it. But we knew what he meant. I held up my hand and said, I second that proposal. Lauren chimed in, thirded. It's official, sir. Go shit yourself. A gunshot wound did nothing to hurt the man, but he wasn't completely invulnerable. He couldn't hide it behind a fake smile. We all knew that he was furious. I feel confident that this group will find its motivation in time. But until then, allow me to offer a few hints. There's no reason to venture outside of the compound. Every action has consequences. If you miss a clue, you will have a chance to... tuck the thit, Jerry explained, jumping to his feet and charging into the parlor. I wasn't finished, the detective yelled after him. Jerry returned almost immediately, a bottle in one hand and a glass in the other. Given the circumstances, I don't think any of us would blame him for getting his drink on, if it was truly a counterproductive measure to take. Jerry spat out another mouthful of blood, took a pull directly from the bottle, winced in pain. The detective snickered and continued. As I was saying, you need to hear every clue in order to... Higher than 80, Jerry howled, filling the cup up to its brim. The detective snarled. If you don't stop interrupting me, I'll have to put you in a timeout. Tobias turned and gave Jerry a wink. I didn't know what was about to happen, but I braced myself. What, pray tell, does higher than 80 even mean? The detective asked Jerry. Jerry walked up to him and splashed the contents of the drink on his face. He then spat blood again and said, Higher than 80 proof is flammable. As he spoke, Tobias dove for the fireplace and grabbed a burning log and pulled it out, and he smashed it across the detective's face and head. He instantly went up in flames. Jerry lugged the remaining alcohol on the ground. The bottle shattered, and the contents abruptly turned into a little fireball. The detective's skin bubbled and burned as he stepped toward and tried to grab Jerry by the throat. I jumped in and charged as fast as I could, but the burning man was too fast. His free hand grabbed me by the shoulder and squeezed me with a machine-like death grip, tight enough to dig his fingers through the cloth and skin, through the muscle and tendon, only stopping when he hit bone. I couldn't even scream before he pulled me into the air and flung me like a rag doll against the wall. Fuck, I shouted, grabbing my shoulder. It didn't hurt anymore, but the pain with the memory hadn't faded. Everyone was screaming and yelling over one another in their spots around the dinner table. What just happened? I asked. Dude! Jerry grabbed me into a bear hug. I thought you were dead. Oh shit, my teeth are back too. I can finally say fuck again. Double win. Evidently, all the chaos had settled down, and we were able to take turn explaining how we all died. Evidently, I was the first one to go this time around. The detective killed Jerry and Tobias pretty soon after. Wolfgang and his mother made a run for it, but a pack of 8-legged squirrels tore them to shreds before they could make it to the end of the driveway. Lauren, Claire, and Bridget made an honest attempt to solve the mystery, but Jerry's fire got so out of control that half the manor burned down before the rain could put it out. They sought shelter in the kitchen, but the doors locked behind them and the room began to fill with water. Nathaniel instructed them to solve a puzzle before the time ran out. The three of them drowned an hour later. Honestly, it seems like I got off pretty easy. The sound of a loud chime echoed throughout the house. What the hell was that? Jerry asked. Nathaniel answered with a smile. Ah, goody. It seems the detective has finally arrived. Perhaps he can help us sort out this ghastly affair. We didn't attack the detective this time. We didn't need to, because this time, we didn't even open the door. Tobias and Jerry muscled a barricade with furniture against the entrance. Then, we tied Nathaniel up and rolled him in a rug burrito. We shoved him into the parlor. It was probably unnecessary, but we turned off all the lights behind us for good measure. Next, we all gathered in the dining room to take stock of our situation. Where are we on weapons? Tobias asked, pulling out his gun and removing the magazine. Why am I out of bullets? I threw Wolfgang a dirty look and decided it wasn't my time or place for this particular battle. We used them earlier, I answered. So ammo is expendable. That's inconsistent. Lauren pulled out a blade hidden beneath her glove. This is back. I think we already established it does fuck all against these guys, though. Tobias, Bridget grabbed her husband's arm and pulled her face near his. What are these things? Tell us what we're up against. The way she asked made him think that he was expecting him to know the answer. He didn't say anything. He was hiding something, perhaps maybe even something important. But before I could call him out, Claire let out a painful scream and fell to the ground. Lauren dropped down next to her, trying to figure out what was wrong. Everyone else was talking now. Everybody was distracted. Everybody, except for me. Because I could feel what she was feeling. I already knew what she knew. I recognized this buzzing energy in my stomach. Somebody was about to die. I looked at Wolfgang just in time to see him plunge the kitchen knife into his mother's throat. She fell in stages. First, putting both hands on the table. Reality hadn't quite sunk in for her yet. She tried to speak, but blood poured from the wound. Her face turned ghost white, and then her legs gave away. I reached her side just in time to catch her. I went to my knees and I held her in my lap. She looked at me with fear in her eyes. The hilt of her knife moved in tune with her weakening pulse and the torrents of blood erupting down her dress. Wolfgang already escaped out of the room. Hope grabbed my arm and tried to form some words, but choked on her own blood. She didn't have long left. Before I knew it, Bridget was next to me, pushing a fabric of her own dress over the wound in some futile attempt to stop the bleeding. Hope recoiled in pain and dug her nails into my arm. She was crying. Not just from physical pain, but from the emotional torment, the humiliation, the worst fear realized. Whatever Claire had done to me, it was in overdrive now. My mind was wide open, and Hope wouldn't stop screaming into it. She tried so hard to be a good mother. She wrestled with demons for years. She built a wall around the truth because that was the only way she could survive. Her perfect Wolfgang, her precious angel, was sick. It wasn't his fault. There was nothing she could do to make him better. So, she did the next best thing. She protected him. She hid the evidence, the graphic drawings, the animal bodies, the truth. What other choice was there? She didn't truly understand what choice was until this moment, where all choice was really taken away. It was almost a relief. There was a kindness in failure. Death was a mercy. Now she didn't have to pretend. She had done her best, and finally, she was allowed to rest. She's suffering, Lauren said to us. Why don't we just... it's not like it matters. We'll see her again when the whole thing repeats. Hope's eyes grew wide as a surge of terror went through my body like electricity. The last thing she heard before her consciousness left her, the final lingering thought in this poor woman's mind was the obscene reality. She wasn't free from anything. She was still a prisoner. The idea was just too much to bear. I almost screamed for her. But the instant she died, it severed the connection, and I came up gasping for breath. There was no sadness left in me, only pity and anger, as I wiped tears from my face and said, "Someone help me find that kid so I can fucking kill him." Not worth it, Tobias said, as he helped his wife to her feet. Why not? I asked. If we're just going to keep dying and repeating this pattern over and over, what's the point of saving time anyway? I have a theory about that, Tobias said. We all remember dying, right? But we also remember other things, impossible things. Remove the impossibility, and what's left? No matter how improbable, it must be the truth. Okay, I said. What's left? Our memories are fake. See, memory isn't some ethereal concept like a soul. No, it's a physical manifestation, a chemical process caused by amino acid chains within our brains. Find a way to alter that process and you can convince someone that they've experienced something that they didn't. Or you can make them believe something didn't happen when it did. Lauren picked up on his thread and ran with it. You're implying that somebody got us all together here and implanted the last few days? That we've been tricked into thinking we can't leave and we can't die? Why? He leaned against the table and put his hand to his chin. And he stared at the floor for a long, uncomfortable moment before responding. It might get worse than that. What if we're all victims of implanted memories? The damage could go way beyond just short term, like the last few days. Not a single memory before now can be trusted. He slowly looked around the room, pausing to give each of us a second of eye contact. Then he asked, "Do any of you have memories before today that would objectively be considered impossible? Anything that doesn't make sense based on our collective understanding of the universe?" I looked at Claire. She was already looking at me. I heard the words in her head without seeing her lips move. "Don't tell him about me." "Why not?" I thought. "Because," she answered, "he would kill and dissect me if he had the chance." "No," I lied. "Nothing comes to mind to my immediate recollection." Lauren added, "Nothing out of the ordinary for us either." "Samesies," Jerry echoed. "I'm just a boring old Instagram model with 6 million followers." "Well," I said quickly, hoping to end this conversation before he wised up. "What's the plan then?" Tobias crossed his arms. "The most important thing we can do is contact the outside world. I can build a crude signal booster for our cell phones, but I'll need some equipment. We'd probably find everything we needed in the kitchen, but according to our memories, the kitchen is booby-trapped." "Okay, so what do?" I repeated. "We go to the kitchen," he answered with a smile. "If my theory is correct, that memory was just a device to keep us out of an off-limits area. If my theory is wrong, we'll know right away when the room starts filling up with water. You'll never believe it, but it turns out his theory, it was wrong. On the bright side, he was the only one to drown this time. We tried blocking the door open with a couple of chairs before he went in on his own, but the door automatically slammed shut. It sliced through the damn furniture like a guillotine through hot butter. We stayed on the safe side of the kitchen door, trying to communicate with a series of bangs. He and Jerry were both fluent in Morse code for some reason, but it didn't get us anywhere. An hour later, the banging stopped. We tried to give Bridget a chance to mourn, but we had already wasted so much time. As soon as she seemed up to answering, Lauren began. "Bridget, I gotta ask you a few things." She was sitting in a chair by the fire, shaking, staring dead ahead. Clearly traumatized, but functioning and communicative enough. I always knew something like this would happen. "What does that mean?" Lauren asked. Jerry handed Bridget a glass of alcohol. She took it in a gulp and then said, "It's Lisa. I knew they would get him eventually." "Who's Lisa?" I asked. "You mean you really don't know? I thought maybe that's what this all was. Maybe you're all from the Institute or were just testing us, seeing if we'd break and give away their secrets." That's a big missing piece of the puzzle finally clicking into place. Lisa wasn't a who. It was a what. Lisa. L-I-S-A. The acronym for some shadowy organization that Tobias apparently worked for. I knew he wasn't some lowly business consultant working with a knowledge of bomb schematics and Morse code. Bridget took another drink. "He's been with them since before we even started dating. But I knew something was wrong. He talked in his sleep. He left papers out. He left emails open. I don't know the full extent, but I know enough to understand what my husband really did for a living." Her eyes were all red and puffy. Tears were welling up and weakening the dam. "Tobias was a good man, but he worked for some very powerful people. That's all I know, I swear." Claire took the spot right next to Lauren, right in front of Bridget, leaned down beside her and said, "Liar." Bridget looked at her in shock and said, "What?" "You're a liar." Bridget shook her head. No, it's true, all of it. I loved him. I... She dropped the glass and put the hands against her eyes. She began sobbing uncontrollably. But then, the sobs changed. They morphed into something else. Something that almost sounded like laughter. And then she took her hands away to reveal a huge grin on her face. "Oh my God," she exclaimed. "Do you have any idea how long I had been holding that in?" Another round of delirious laughter later. Jesus Christ, I deserve an Oscar for that performance. I couldn't believe the transformation. I couldn't believe I ever felt sorry for her. "What the hell is going on?" I demanded. Bridget pointed at Claire. "Why don't you ask the psychic? She ought to know." Lauren pulled her sister back and stood in between her and Bridget. "Oh, don't act like it's some big secret," Bridget mocked. "You couldn't have made it any more obvious. That's the one thing about secrets. Sooner or later, they all come out." "And what's your secret?" I asked. She sized me up, then stood and squared off against me. Suddenly, I felt very weak, very exposed. I knew this woman standing before me could kill me 10 different ways if she wanted to. "Show me yours and I'll show you mine," she said. Claire exclaimed, "She's a spy." Bridget sounded almost proud. "It's a little more complicated than that, but yes, I think you have the gist of it. Tobias was my assignment. He very well may be the smartest person alive, but like most men, he has one weakness that's very easy to exploit." "And Lisa?" I asked. "The Liskov Institute for Societal Achievement, a global think tank specializing in application of the paranormal. For lack of a better word, this has something to do with it. As soon as the old crone died, Tobias called his handlers to let them know what was happening. He's far too important for them to leave in the middle of some small-town murder investigation. They should have sent a rescue team here within the hour, but they didn't. The only explanation I could think of is that they're the ones running things. Maybe it's a ploy to vet me or to get a confession. If that's the case, I don't care anymore." She held her middle finger to the sky and shouted, "You hear that, you arrogant fucks? I don't care anymore. You win. I just want off this ride." She continued to spiral. A thought occurred to me. I was right. Tobias had called for backup when we were locked in our rooms. But that was before the first reset. Could a phone call, like our injuries, have been undone? "I have an idea," I said. Bridget fell back into her seat. "Well, that makes you the one in charge, doesn't it?" "This might be the stupidest plan I've ever come up with," I said, "but I think it needs to be tested at least." "I'm in," Jerry exclaimed. "I didn't even tell you what the plan was." "You had me at stupidest plan I'd ever come up with," I sighed. "Well, what is it?" Lauren asked. "I think we need to try the landline again. Maybe we'll get lucky and we can call for help." "Knock yourself out," Bridget said. "But I'm staying right here until this is all over. I've died enough times tonight. Now I just want to get drunk and sleep." Great, I thought. We're splitting the party again. What could possibly go wrong? We left Lauren and Claire to keep an eye on Bridget and to shout down the stairs in case they saw Wolfgang or the detective. When we got to the basement, I held my breath in anticipation of the door slamming shut behind us. When no obvious traps were engaged, I beelined for the phone, took it off the cradle, checked it for bombs or needles, and then put it to my ear. Amazingly, there was a dial tone. So far, so good. I nodded to Jerry and gave the thumbs up. Next, I dialed the number to my town sheriff's station from memory. Ragged so many times I almost gave up hope. But then somebody finally answered. Hallelujah. "Sheriff's Department," she said with a cheerful voice and a southern accent. I didn't recognize her. She must have been new. "How can I help you today?" "Hi, I need to talk to the sheriff right away. It's urgent." "Is everything all right, hun?" No, not in the least. Put me through to the sheriff." "I'd love to, but he's not available right now. It's the middle of the night, you know. But if you have a message, I'll be sure you'll get it as soon as he comes in." I took a look at Jerry and shook my head no. Jerry made a jerk-off motion. Not really sure what that was supposed to mean. "Fuck you," I said into the phone. "Excuse me? You went through all the effort to trap us in this building and this house and convince us that we're all going crazy and you couldn't even do basic research? What kind of Mickey Mouse bullshit conspiracy job are you running here?" If this is some kind of joke, I'm not amused. I'll have you know that it's a crime to call..." "The sheriff isn't a guy, dipshit. Her name's O'Brien." The woman on the other line didn't say anything for a long time. When she finally spoke again, the accent was gone, along with the cheer. "What's wrong with you, Jack? Why can't you just be normal and play the fucking game? It's not that hard. I'll even make it easy for you. Since you're down a couple of people, just work together and find the attic key before Coda finds you. It's simple, right?" Who the fuck's Coda? The line went dead at the same time Jerry asked, "Hey Jack, wasn't there a stuffed polar bear down here earlier?" This time, when we came around the dinner table, the screams were almost entirely subdued. I went from getting my head crushed beneath Coda's mammoth paw to sitting next to Jerry in a confusing instant. But in the moment before I died, I started making plans. Bridget and Tobias leapt to their feet and embraced. "My darling," she screamed with crocodile tears. "I thought you were dead." I also jumped up, except I went onto the table. Before I could dive across, Wolfgang had already had the knife out, and I screamed for Hope to move, to get out of the way, but she just sat there, resigned to her fate. Wolfgang stabbed her in the throat, and I speared right into him. His chair rolled backwards. We crashed on the floor, and somewhere along the way he shoved his bony knee into my face and ran out the door. The little bastard was quick, and he was getting better. Hope died almost instantly this time. "Fuck!" I screamed, getting to my feet. "Is he just going to keep doing that every single time?" Tobias looked around and asked, "What happened?" I answered, still in screaming mode. "A fucking polar bear ate us because we couldn't find the stupid attic key. This game is bullshit." Heard a growling noise and I shut right up. It was coming from nearby. No, worse, it was coming from inside me. The seriousness of the situation slowly dawned on me in a sort of jumbled mess of thoughts. That was my stomach growling, which does make sense. I haven't eaten in days. But that means our hunger level, like our memory, does not reset after each iteration, which means they're probably all starving right now, at different rates, depending on who stayed alive the longest. But then, what happens when the hunger gets too strong? What happens when we don't have any strength to continue? Do we just start dying and restarting and starving over and over forever? A loud chime interrupted my thoughts. Ah, goody. It seems the detective has finally arrived. Perhaps he can help us sort out this ghastly affair. Everybody screamed the same version of "shut the fuck up" at Nathaniel. Not surprisingly, he didn't really seem too bothered by it. We charged into the Great Hall before we could start barricading the door again. The detective let himself in and began screaming at us. "Everybody listen! Stop screwing around and solve the damn mystery! Make us!" Jerry yelled before walking up and spitting in his face. "You consistently underestimate the seriousness of the situation, and you overestimate your own competence. I will not continue to spoon-feed you help. If you fail, you shall have no one to blame but yourself. And I promise I will let you fail. In the meantime, if you have questions, Mr. Chumley is at your disposal." Much to our surprise, he turned around to open the door and left, slamming the door shut behind him, hard enough to make the chandeliers rock. Jerry turned back and looked at us with a triumphant win face and said, "Ha, that's one problem solved. What's next?" Nathaniel tapped his way into the room saying, "I believe now would be an excellent time for all of us to come together and work as a team to solve the mystery of Bedside Manor." "Oh, shut the fuck up," Lauren spat. "You're not even real." She picked up a poker by the fireplace and proceeded to thwack him over the head repeatedly. With enough force to decapitate any normal human, Nathaniel just stood there and took it with a smile. "Feel better?" Jerry asked. "A little bit, actually, yeah. You want to try?" She offered him the poker. He accepted as she added, "It's quite therapeutic." Before Jerry began his turn on the human question mark punching bag, my stomach began to rumble again, loud enough to get Claire's attention. "You're hungry," she said without moving her lips. "So are you," I thought. She nodded. "I have a bag of trail mix in my room," I said to the group. "Split 6 ways. It won't go far, but it'll hold us over till we're forced to eat Nathaniel." "It's probably not safe," Tobias announced, as if we needed somebody to state the obvious. Jerry responded, It should be fine if we cook him well enough. I meant leaving the Great Hall. How about we put it to a vote, Lauren suggested. All in favor of going to Jack's room? She raised her hand. Jerry raised both of his. Claire was next, then Bridget. Then finally Tobias said, I guess it's unanimous then. Nathaniel, with his head almost completely flattened, spoke up with the same detached cheerfulness we'd come to expect from him. I recommend we start here. We haven't found all the clues to this area yet. Perhaps if we continue to search, we can... I didn't hear the last part of whatever he was selling. We had already left by then. We stuck together as a group. Finally. Not that it really mattered. I'd already seen what a bear could do with half a dozen able-bodied people. If there were any more bloody traps or saw games waiting for us, no amount of teamwork would guarantee our safety. We stayed quiet until we reached the landing of the 3rd floor, when Lauren asked her sister if it was safe. I don't know, Claire said. It's like listening for a whisper in a room full of screaming. I turned around to see if Tobias had noticed. It was rather brave of them to be speaking so candidly around a spy and a member of the supernatural exploration think tank. That's when I realized neither of them were moving their lips. Lauren asked Claire if she could trust anyone. There's a darkness here like I'd never seen, hiding deep inside one of us. Like the boy, but only worse. Lauren understood. She told Claire to stay close no matter what. I probably should have been a little more interested in the fact that Lauren was tapping into our mental Wi-Fi network, but the thing about the traumatic paranormal murder disasters is that nobody ever tells you this. Eventually, you hit a plateau where nothing really surprises you anymore. When we reached the window of the Widow Harper's suite, Jerry made a valiant effort to go in by himself. He had the fire poker resting over his shoulder and a big, dumb smile on his face. I realized with equal parts annoyance and admiration that he was actually having fun with this. I'll go with you, I said. Me too, added Tobias. Lauren stepped up. We'll all go. Jerry walked up to the door, took a deep breath and said, All right, let's do this. And then with a short charge forward, he kicked the door open. Shit, kinda hurt. He kept the fire poker extended, making lightsaber noises as he swung around and pointed it in every direction. The rest of us followed closely. A few seconds passed, but spikes didn't fall from the ceiling and the room didn't start filling up with sand. Door didn't slam shut of its own accord. It appeared we were safe. For now. Bridget looked around and commented, Your room's a lot smaller than ours. Jerry lowered his weapon before responding. It's a weird time to flex, but go on with your bad self, Bridget. I found my stuff right where I left it, in a pile in the bathroom. The bag of trail mix was sitting on top of my crumpled up t-shirt and jeans. Not much left in the way of sustenance, plus Jerry had picked out most of the M&Ms. But it could stave off hunger, even for just a few minutes. I'd take what I could get. Then, quite suddenly, another thought occurred to me. Jerry's pants are on the floor by the shower, but that wasn't where he left them. No, he carried them in back to the room as he grabbed the stun gun. Was that before or after the reset point? I checked his pocket. Sure enough, the stun gun was still there, and more importantly, it still had a cartridge. Things were looking up. Tobias called from the bedroom. You good in there, Jack? I had the weapon in my waistband underneath the suit jacket and returned to the others. I found it, I said just before a surge of electricity ran up my spine. Claire pointed to the armoire next to me and screamed, Jack, look out! The door opened and Wolfgang lunged at me with an axe. I barely managed to fall back in time to miss a direct hit to the face. Wolfgang had found himself a new weapon. It was a bold decision that was going to cost him dearly. He wasn't so practiced with this one. As soon as he swung and missed, he lost his balance and hit the floor. I quickly jumped on top of the axe. Wolfgang grabbed the handle and pulled, but he wasn't strong enough to wrestle it away from me. His next go-to move was a desperate charge toward the door, but Jerry cut him off before he could escape. He held the poker like a rapier, and with a calming voice said, All right, buddy. Time for you to chill out. Now, we aren't going to hurt you, but you need to. And that's all the time it took for me to line up a shot and fire the stun gun. The prongs landed in the center of his back and immediately sent him into a seizing, electrified fit on the ground. Tobias wasted no time grabbing the bookshelf and pulling it free from the wall, putting it on the boy, pinning him in place. "Jesus!" Jerry yelled. "Calm down, guys. I think we got him." I dragged the axe over. Wolfgang was trapped beneath the shelf and the books, all except for his hand and a portion of one of his hands. He was screaming, cursing, thrashing, and repeating himself over and over about how much he hated us and how he was going to cut off our faces and gut us, etc. He was an annoying little shit, and an objectively terrible person, but he was also still just a kid. And I took absolutely no pleasure in what I was about to do. Jerry saw the weapon in my hand and looked in my face. Whoa, dude. He stepped over to me and put a hand on my shoulder. "You don't have to kill him." I wasn't going to kill him. Wolfgang suddenly stopped screaming. There was an unusual note of concern in Jerry's voice. "Well, what are you going to do?" I whispered back to him. "You take the others and leave us alone. I don't want any of them to see this part." It took a little convincing, but Jerry managed to get the rest of them out of there. I locked the door behind us. Now, it was just me and Wolfgang. I took a seat on the ground next to where he was still struggling to break free. It was a noble but futile effort from a broken body. There was blood pooling around his neck, and he smelled like he had probably pissed himself. "I'm not fucking afraid of you," he said in a rather menacing tone for somebody in his predicament. "I know. Go ahead. Do your worst." It took me time to find the right words. I stared at the axe in my lap. Of all the weapons he chose, this was it. He could have chosen a Molotov cocktail, a knife, even a sharp pair of scissors. We probably wouldn't be having this conversation. But he had overestimated his own ability. Lucky me. "You've been alive the longest out of any of us, haven't you?" He tried to move his head to look me in the eyes, but the shelf had him locked in place. "What?" he asked. "I've just been thinking. You lasted a couple hours the first night. Who knows how long you really made it after the squirrels got your mom? And then what? How long did you stay alive in this house by yourself after Coda got the rest of us? I'm just saying, you've probably been hunting for a while now, burning a lot of energy, and you haven't even gotten to eat dinner. Why are you talking to me?" I took a handful of trail mix out of my pocket. This would have been my portion, about 1/6 of the bag, mostly raisins. But in that instant, it looked like a Christmas dinner. I dumped it in a pile right in front of Wolfgang's face, right where he had a look at it. Close enough that he could smell it, but impossibly far. I could feel his hunger. It was ferocious. He struggled to move, but the broken bones held him still. He screamed and stretched out his tongue, but the food would stay right there, just out of his reach, until he bled out or he starved to death. I climbed back to my feet, wished him well, and went to join the others in the hallway, hoping the door would be enough to muffle his screams. Claire couldn't look me in the eyes, which I took as proof that she knew what I had done. Jerry took the axe from me and said softly, "Dude, why don't you just let me go in there and, finish him off? It's not that big of a deal. Life is meaningless, remember? You didn't have to do it like this." But I did. I needed Wolfgang to hate me. I needed him absolutely blindingly furious with me. I needed his hatred of me to overcome his sense so that when he died, and he came back, the only thing he could think of was revenge. That was the only way that we could save Hope. Tobias took charge and changed the subject. I think we could take this experience as evidence that the bedrooms aren't trap rooms. It might be a good idea to continue searching for supplies. Maybe there was something in Hope's suite that we can use to get out of this mess. I was already headed for the stairs. Well, what are we waiting for then? Hope's suite was even bigger than ours. Not that I was jealous or anything, I just found it interesting. There was plenty of space to explore. Tobias and Bridget started raiding the kitchenette. The sisters checked the closet. Jerry went to the bathroom, and I went straight for the bedroom. Found exactly what I was looking for right away. My backpack was sitting there on the mattress, like it was just waiting for me. I unzipped it and hesitantly threw everything out onto the ground. It was all there, just like she said. My socks, underwear, phone charger, rolled up t-shirts, and bag of medicines. I reached in and pulled out the first prescription bottle. I noticed right away that it felt lighter than it should have. I popped off the lid to confirm my suspicion. It was empty. And so was the next bottle, and the next bottle, and the next. All of my medicine was gone. Where did it go? Did Wolfgang do this just to screw with me? Did the house do it? Why? I looked up to see Bridget standing in the doorway. She was alone. I didn't like that fact for one bit. I held it together for now and asked, "Can I help you?" We understand each other, right? I waited for an elaboration a little too long before saying, "What?" "Don't play dumb." "I'm not playing. This is the way that God made me." "Look, I need to make sure we're all on the same page." "And what page is that?" "There's a lot at stake, Jack. We all have secrets. Tobias doesn't need to know mine, and nobody needs to know yours." I got to my feet and returned her accusatory stare. "And what exactly do you think you know about me?" "I know who you are. I've seen your type 1,000 times. Never met one so clever, though. It's quite the act. You've got them all fooled, even little Claire, although I think she's starting to suspect. Listen, Bridget, if I can speak candidly for a second, I don't give a single solitary fuck about you and Tobias." She smiled. "Good. Great." On that note, she turned and left. A half a second later, I felt something touching my ankle, and I looked down to see a long, green arm reaching out from underneath the bed, twisting its fingers into a vice grip around my good leg. It yanked. I hit the ground, and then started to pull me across the floor with it. I screamed for help as loud as I could, as the thing dragged me into the dark space below the bed. The light got further and further away. The hand pulled me deeper and deeper. Soon, I was immersed in complete darkness. It was cold. I was still moving. And then, I wasn't. I tried to open my eyes only to find that they were already open. Wherever I was, there wasn't any light anywhere. I waited for the world to stop spinning before I tried taking a step. I couldn't find my footing and braced for a fall. But it never came. I was already down, lying on my back. The floor below me felt like refrigerated wood. I sat up and instantly regretted it. My forehead smacked against something solid. I fell back and put my hands against a swelling knot from the impact. I hit something solid with both elbows. I reached up and felt the surface. I just smacked into wood. Cold wood. And then I touched the other side of me. Cold wood. Oh shit. It finally came to me. I'm inside of a coffin, aren't I? An unwelcomed but familiar voice emerged from the speaker close to my feet. "Hello, investigator." "Nathaniel. It would appear that you've fallen victim to one of Bedside Manor's many perils. A most dangerous trap indeed. But not to worry, there's still time for your fellow investigators to solve the puzzle and save your life. You are currently buried somewhere on the manor's ground with exactly 1 hour's worth of oxygen remaining." Well, this sucks, I thought. But at least I have some time to relax and gather my thoughts. And if I know Jerry, he'll have me out of my trap in the next 10 minutes. I closed my eyes and tried to get comfortable. "You bastard!" The lights are all back on. I looked around to find myself sitting at the dining room table. Apparently my time had run out. I had suffocated in the coffin. That sucked. I would have very much preferred not dying, but still, there were much worse ways that I could have gone. And maybe this time we'll do better. The voice was directly across from me, the furious boy clutching the knife in his hand. The one who had just jumped onto his chair, then onto the table. There was bloody murder in my eyes. Oh, my plan worked. He had completely overlooked his mother, and now he was running towards... Oh shit, I didn't think this far ahead. I thought I had more time to figure it out, but I didn't have enough time to react. Wolfgang was charging at me faster than I could think. He clenched his teeth and stabbed at my face. Jerry swung a mean right hook right across Wolfgang's cheek. It connected with enough force to send the boy flying off the table. "Boom, baby!" Jerry exclaimed as Wolfgang and the knife both collided with the floor. He walked to where Wolfgang was trying to pick himself up. "You know, I promised my lawyer I'd stop punching kids in the face. But for you, I think I'll make an exception." Wolfgang made a desperate charge for the knife, but Jerry caught him in a headlock and pulled him away, shushing him calmly. "Shh, it's okay. Relax. We're just gonna leave the weapon and talk about this like adults. We're gonna be like Fonzie, okay?" You probably don't get either version of that reference, but trust me, it's okay. Hope was already running around the table. "Let go of my child!" she screamed. Before any of us could even react, Hope had already pulled the gun out of her clutch purse, put it against Jerry's head, and pulled the trigger. His lifeless body fell to the ground. Wolfgang gasped for air. Hope dropped to her knees and went for her son. It was the last mistake she'd made in this life. He quickly picked up the knife, turned, and plunged it into her eye all the way to the hilt. By the time she collapsed the rest of the way to the ground, Wolfgang was already halfway out of the dining room. I ran to Jerry's side, but there's nothing I could do for him. The bullet had gone straight through. It was a clean kill. He never saw it coming, and hopefully he didn't feel a thing. "What the fuck?" Lauren screamed. "Where did that gun come from?" Tobias walked over and knelt down, pulled the weapon out of her dead fingers, and he turned it over a couple of times. Then he gave his assessment. "It's a Ruger 380, a purse gun designed to be discreet." I tried not to lose my temper. "You mean to tell me that this woman has had a gun this entire time? And what?" I was screaming at her body now. "You chose not to defend yourself? Maybe that I can understand, but you freaking killed Jerry because he was trying to help you?" Lauren grabbed my arm. "Jack, calm down. It's not helping." I did try to calm down. I really did. But then a chime rang out, and Nathaniel gave a smile. "Ah, goody. It seems the detective has finally arrived. Perhaps he can help us sort out this ghastly affair." "Shut up, Nathaniel. No one likes you. You're worse than a hangnail." Tobias walked up to Nathaniel and draped his jacket over the old man's head. "Ignore him," he said. "Now let's talk about a game plan. Next time we respawn, when the boy attacks Jack, I'll subdue the mom. Can you help Jerry, Lauren?" "Sure can." "Great. In that case, I propose we just skip ahead right now. There are 6 bullets left in the gun. Any volunteers?" I was taken aback. "Wait," I said. "Hang on. You're all suddenly okay with the idea of dying?" "It's not death," Tobias explained. "We've been busy. We've learned a lot after your disappearance. For instance, we learned that this isn't a solitary timeline. It's an incursion. We built an echolocator out of the radio from some spare parts we found in the..." Did you guys even look for me? Tobias made a face like he just heard me speaking in Comic Sans. Why would we? Your trap gave us an entire uninterrupted hour to experiment and learn exactly what we were up against. What about Jerry? Did he at least try? Lauren answered. "He did, but he got struck by lightning a few minutes after you disappeared." Tobias shook his head. "I told him not to bother, but Jack, you're missing the point. We figured out so much. You see this house? It's a vacuum in time, all right?" Something about Tobias's explanation was nagging in my subconscious. I asked, "Does that mean you know how to get rid of it?" "No, but I think you're failing to understand the implications. It completely rewrites quantum theory from the ground up." There was still something here, beyond the technobabble. Something he said, and I couldn't let go. "Does this get us any closer to getting home?" "It will," he explained. "The scientific process is just that, a process. There aren't any eureka moments without extensive work and study. And we're only at the beginning of..." "Hang on," I interrupted. It finally clicked. "You said respawn earlier." A frown overtook his expression. "Yeah, what's your point?" I laughed softly. I know what's going on. "Yeah, I kind of doubt that." I was about to explain when Claire started to cough. Lauren grabbed my arm and then said, "Guys, we have a problem." Tobias was already moving for the door before I even smelled the smoke. Claire struggled to get through her coughing fit and to get out the words, "Wait, don't," but it was too late. Tobias had stepped into the smoke-filled room. The carpet, the bookshelves, the couches, all of it were burning up. Tobias stood there staring at the flames, likely trying to work out the best plan to extinguish them. And that's exactly what Wolfgang was counting on. For the smartest man in the world, Tobias sure was stupid as hell sometimes. The boy leapt out from his hiding spot and smashed the poker over Tobias' head, dropping him instantly. Before I knew it, he had grabbed his mother's gun and put a bullet into Tobias' back. Then, he set his eyes on us. Lauren pulled me back into the dining room and screamed, "Run!" exactly as a shot ran out. I saw Bridget fall to the ground. Then, we were flying through the door behind us into the parlor. We ran without thinking deeper into the house, through the doorway on the far end into this nauseatingly long hallway with the lime green and purple wallpaper. The sisters ran in front of me. I stopped to look behind to see if we were being followed, but all I saw was an endless stretch of checkered carpet. It seemingly went on for miles and miles. I closed my eyes and tried to remind myself that this was just an optical illusion. A shot rang out. I opened my eyes and saw Wolfgang standing there. I couldn't figure out how close he was. That damn hallway made it impossible to realize that if the space between us was a few feet or a few miles. My ears stung. The bullet must have grazed me. I put my hand to the side of my head, and I pulled back at the searing pain. I looked at the handful of blood on my palm and reassessed. That bullet did a lot more than just graze me. Wolfgang was running now. I turned around and I did the same. Lauren was calling my name from somewhere up ahead. For the first time, I noticed an irregularity in the repeating pattern against the wall. A break. No, a door. Lauren leaned out and gestured me to hurry up, but she was so far away and Wolfgang was gaining. I'd never make it in time. Another shot echoed down the hall, and then, inexplicably, I was there. Lauren pulled me in and slammed the door shut behind us. My heart was about to beat its way out of my chest. My lungs were ready to explode, but there was no time to rest. We had to keep running. I looked forward to see what kind of room we ended up in. I immediately screamed, "Fuck." It was more of the same. An impossibly long, thin hallway with green and purple wallpaper and a checkered carpet. The walls were littered with doors, arranged endlessly down the corridors, all identical to the one we had just gone through. "Which one do we pick?" Lauren asked. There was fear and uncertainty written all over Claire's face. She didn't want to tell her sister that she didn't know the answer. Instead, she pointed to the closest door. It was as good a choice as any. We all ran through it and saw more. More hallway, more doors, more green and purple. I could hear Wolfgang screaming from behind the door we just closed. We couldn't stop now. We pointed randomly and said, "That one." They didn't question it. They just followed me as I pushed open and ran into more hallway, more doors. No end in sight. I shut the door behind us as the sisters raced through. Claire fell onto the ground, gasping for air. Hope was right at her side right away. "It's okay," she said. "He's not going to find us. We lost him." "No, we didn't." Claire started crying. I turned around to make sure the door was locked, but it wasn't there anymore. The door had vanished, replaced with more of the never-ending hallway. I took a couple of steps forward, and I felt the air in front of me to make sure the door hadn't just turned invisible. Sadly, there was no such luck. This house was rearranging itself, forcing us to play along with the stupid game. I heard Lauren gasp and turn around to see Wolfgang standing behind her, one of his hands wrapped in her hair, the other one holding a gun to her head. His eyes were on me. "Wolfgang, wait," I shouted. "You don't have to do this. Nobody has to die anymore." That was, evidently, the wrong argument. He executed her right there in front of us. Claire screamed. Wolfgang raised the gun and pointed it at her. "Wait!" I shouted, with even more desperation. Amazingly, he gave me a chance. "What could you possibly say that I'm going to want to hear?" I got down on my knees. I know what's going on. I figured out the mystery of Bedside Manor. I can get us both out of here. I don't want out of here. I had no response. All I could do was look at Claire. She returned my gaze. Her piercing blue eyes held nothing back. She was afraid. She was terrified that I might be wrong. She was terrified of Wolfgang, and a surge of electricity ran up my spine. She sent a message that only I could hear. Follow the smoke. He pulled the trigger. Claire was dead again. Why? I screamed. They didn't do anything to you. Why can't you leave everyone else alone? It's me you want to kill. I don't want to kill you, you idiot. I want to make you hurt like you make me hurt. I was stuck in that room all alone for days. Did you know what kind of pain that felt like? Well, to be fair, you also murdered your mom and tried to kill me. And also killed everyone else, so maybe get off your high horse and quit being such a dick about it. He aimed the gun at my crotch, smiled, and pulled the trigger. A second later, his smile turned into a frown. Nothing happened. Oh God, I am so glad I didn't screw up my bullet count there. He shrieked and threw the gun at me, but I had already started moving toward the closet door. I pushed through and slammed it shut behind me. I found another identical door nearby, ran through it. I repeated this step a few more times. Then I relaxed against a wall. To my right, as far as I could see, there were identical doors in this incalculable horizon of lime green and purple. To my left, the exact same thing. Somewhere off in the distance, I could hear his screams echoing in every direction. I was trapped in this labyrinth with a monster and no clue how to escape. Then, I smelled the smoke. Surely it can't be that easy, can it? I started walking. In time, the smell got stronger. I was heading in the right direction, passing door after door after door, pausing every few steps to take a deep breath, just to make sure I hadn't lost the trail. The screams of the young psychopath were definitely getting closer by the second, tempting me to run. But I ignored them and took my time. When I found the right door, I knew it immediately. It smelled like I was standing next to one of Jerry's New Year's bonfires. He'd throw plastic, electronics, old tires, and anything else he could find to burn. I tapped the door handle, and it was warm, but not hot enough to scald my hand. As Wolfgang's voice continued to bounce around the endless hallway, I opened it up and I took a step into the parlor. The fire blazed out of control. The smoke was so thick I couldn't breathe or see more than a few feet in front of my face. And a crashing noise interrupted overhead just like the building was being ripped down. I looked up just in time to see the ceiling cave in on me. Suddenly, I found my breath. The pain in my ear was gone and the world came into focus again. Jerry was at my side now, shouting something that sounded like, "Whoa, Nelly," across the dining room table. Wolfgang was clawing his way over to me with a dinner knife in his hand. Lauren leapt to her feet, picked up her chair, and broke it into pieces against the boy, just as he was close enough to hit. Jerry quickly grabbed him by the feet and pulled him off the table and threw him into a headlock. Hope screamed. She screamed to let her child go. She took her gun and aimed. Pulled the trigger, but nothing happened. Hope was alive, Wolfgang was subdued, and I was almost proud that we had survived the first 30 seconds as a group. But now wasn't time to relish in the minor victory. As the rest of them screamed and fought with each other, I left and went into the Great Hall. There was somebody I needed to talk to. I opened the door and found the detective there, standing, staring at his pocket watch. He looked up and said, "Hello?" With a note of surprise. "I wasn't expecting to see you already." "We need to talk." He put away his watch and asked, "Are you going to try and hurt me? Because I can save you the trouble. I'm not..." I figured it out. He crossed his arms. "What, pray tell, have you figured out?" I stepped outside and closed the door behind me. I said, "The mystery of Bedside Manor." "No, you haven't, Jack. You haven't even come close. Hear me out. I've known something was wrong here since the moment we arrived. I couldn't understand what it was. Every time I tried to look Maggie in the eyes, I could sense that there was something off about her. Like Uncanny Valley, kind of off. There was a way she and Nathaniel just teleported wherever they weren't being watched. There was the rain that came out of nowhere, the rearranging forest, the guardrails that kept us from leaving, Then it all finally came together when I heard Tobias call his kitchen table fiasco a respawn. You know what a respawn is, don't you? It's a video game term. You gave us save points, you gave us NPCs, you built in your own custom physics engine. It's so obvious now. The reason we can't stay dead is because none of us are even here. Bedside Manor is a simulation, isn't it? I told you to play the game. You're not playing. You're metagaming. But am I right? Do you know how many iterations of Bedside Manor I have personally overseen? Billions. Literally billions. I helped to build a model of this game, virtually every version of your reality. And never once has a team failed so utterly and completely. Not one time in case you didn't hear me, billions. Honestly, I'm impressed by the sheer ineptitude. Hey, thanks. It doesn't matter. You'll play the game eventually, even if I have to personally play along with you. Sometimes the players need a little hand-holding to get them into the right track. And you will get into the right track. There is far too much at stake to give up now. I knew it was pointless to ask, but I tried anyway. What's at stake? Much to my surprise, he answered freely. You're close, but not close enough to understand. This isn't a video game. It's a psychological reconnaissance capability test to determine if your world is ripe. Ripe for what? Call it colonization. You mean invasion, don't you? He scoffed. Not at all. You won't even know we're here. Our presence is a symbiosis, the same way a farmer feeds to protect his livestock. We can make you happy, fat, immortal, anything you can imagine and more. All you have to do is play the goddamn game. I crossed my arms. I don't want to. The fate of both of our species is hanging in the balance. Do you really think I'd allow you any choice in the matter? He didn't give me a chance to answer. The next thing I knew, we had already reset. For a brief moment, I forgot where I was supposed to be. Well, don't just stand there, come over and sit a spell. I looked up from my book, and I took in all the new surroundings. I was no longer on the porch with the detective. I wasn't at the dining room table. I was back in the Great Hall. The old-timey phonograph filled the air with dulcet instruments. A bookshelf stood in arm's reach before my eyes. The very same piece of furniture that once served as a secret door to the explosive library. The game had reset again. Only in a different place. They must have decided to switch things up this time. The voice had come from the old man with the walrus mustache. He smiled at me from his seat by the fireplace. He was completely oblivious to the rest of the world, like a poorly trained piece of AI that he is. I shut the book in my hands and returned it to the shelf, before reading the title on the cover, The King's Lunacy by Edgar Allan Poe. Too bad none of the books here were real. That was sounding like a good one. I left the worthless Nathaniel where he sat and went to the parlor to find Jerry. He would know what to do. I surmised from the sound of the voices that the rest of the group had respawned together. Fortunately, nobody was screaming or fighting, which could only mean they got Wolfgang under control before he killed and separated. As soon as I walked in through the pocket doors, Hope stepped into my path saying, "Hi, my name is Hope." I froze momentarily, losing my train of thought. She seemed so carefree all of a sudden. The stress must have finally made her snap. Poor thing. "Yeah, I know who you are, Hope." There was a glass in her hand and a smile on her face. "I wanted to ask for your help. See, I'm here with my son Wolfgang. He's a very bright boy, extremely talented, but he isn't the most outgoing. He's had a hard time making friends back home. I was thinking maybe this weekend you would give him a chance to come out of his shell." She raised a glass to her lips and took a large swallow. Oh God, what's happening? "Hope, I need to ask you a stupid question. Do you know who I am?" She laughed and said, "No, I'm sorry. Have we met?" "Oh, is this part of the game? I've never done one of these before." She tried a silly accent and batted her eyelashes and said, "Hello there, old friend. Fancy running into you in a place like this." I laughed a little too hard and patted her on the shoulder and said, "Your child's a serial killer." She returned the laugh, but cut it off short with a confused wait. "What?" Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed that Maggie was still alive. She was currently talking to Bridget, probably warning her that not everyone was who they seemed. I turned and searched for Jerry, but he wasn't in the room. Instead, I saw Wolfgang leaning against a wall, looking bored out of his mind. Tobias said it himself. Memory is just a chemical process, a predictable, malleable result of amino acid chain reactions. Any group sophisticated enough to build a world like this probably had the technology to do whatever our humble little brains wanted, and we'd never even know. At the far side of the room, Claire stood by her sister's side, watching me silently. If there was anyone here who might understand what was happening, I cut across the room and said, "Claire, you remember me, don't you?" Her piercing blue eyes very clearly answered that for her. No, she did not remember me. Claire tried to move away, but I took her by the arm and turned her to face me. I had to make her understand. I needed her to read my thoughts, to know that I wasn't crazy. I needed her to tell everybody that I wasn't crazy. I needed her to tell me that I wasn't crazy. But there was no understanding in the look she returned. It was only confusion and pity. Get away from her, you creep. I don't know how I had already forgotten about Lauren. She punched me in the face hard enough to start a trail of blood pouring out of my nose. Other than Bridget's gasp from the other side of the parlor, the room had gone deathly quiet. "Okay," I said. "I deserve that. I shouldn't have grabbed you, Claire. I apologize." I turned around to look at something. Something to cork my bloody nose. Once I spotted the clutch purse on the sofa, I changed my plans. "Oh, excuse me, Hope." As I said, I picked up her purse. "That's mine." I laughed it off and I said, "Oh, I assure you, this is actually mine. We must have gotten them mixed up at the same place." I opened it and reached inside. Walmart's Black Friday sale, 2018, am I right? My finger touched metal. Eureka. I grabbed the weapon and pulled it out. I tried to hide it in my jacket pocket, but I wasn't fast enough. The moment it came out, Bridget shouted, "Is that a gun?" Hope screamed, "He has a gun! Help!" Before I knew it, Bridget planted a kick square into my solar plexus, hard enough to make an MMA fighter consider retirement. I hit the ground, gasping for air. The gun escaped my grip, slid under a chair nearby. For 1 second, nobody noticed or moved. Then, utter chaos as we all bolted for it at the same time. Wolfgang swooped in with the precision and speed of a bird of prey, snatching the weapon up like he had just recovered a fumble. As soon as I got back up, I gave chase. He saw me coming and bolted out of the room like a cockroach in the spotlight. I knew from experience that he'd be faster than me in a fair race. I was busy trying to figure out what I could throw at him, and I got lucky. He reached the base of the stairs and tried to hook the angle, but his dress shoes must have had less traction than he was used to. He skidded into the wall and paused to regain his balance, then crumpled like an old soda can once I slammed into him at full speed. Wolfgang and the gun hit the floor. I picked up the gun and left the boy. The others were already pouring out of the parlor within seconds. I was surrounded. Maggie was screaming for somebody to call the cops. Hope was shrieking bloody murder. I tried to yell over them, try to get them to calm down. I may as well have been trying to nail water to a wall. Hope was charging at me until I pointed the weapon, stopping her in her tracks. The front door opened. Tobias rushed inside. Jerry was close behind. They both froze when they saw the gun. "This isn't part of the game," Maggie yelled. "That boy's lost his mind." Jerry took the cigar from his mouth and held out his hands. Wait. What's going on? What did I miss? Finally, a chance to explain myself. I just need to make sure I don't screw up. "We got you manjied." Judging from the reaction on his face, I don't think Jerry fully understood what I meant. Judging from everybody else's faces, he wasn't alone. Only one person was alone here, and it didn't feel so great. Lauren took a step closer, asking, "What do you mean?" I aimed the gun at her. They were all closing in on me, at different speeds, only stopping when I pointed the gun at them. I was losing time. To make things worse, Wolfgang was coming back to his senses, groaning in exaggerated pain. I knew he was manipulating them. I mean, I barely knocked him out. What's the big deal? I tried explaining again. This house, it's just one of those, Jumanji situations. I think it might be aliens or something along those lines. You don't have to make that face, Jerry. I can hear myself. I know how it sounds. Hope took another step toward me. I pointed the gun at her. But this time, it didn't stop her. She took another step. Stop, I yelled. Everybody just stop moving for a minute. I'm trying to tell you what's really happening. I've never been very good at public speaking, so I'm kind of nervous. If you can all just chill out and I can prove it. I was out of time. It was now or never. In a moment of utter desperation, I did the only thing I could think of. I shot Nathaniel twice in the chest. Predictably, everyone acted as if I had just shot an actual human being. There were gasps and screams, and before the dust could settle, everyone had a chance to see I was right. Tobias did what Tobias does. He tried to take control of the situation, and he just made things worse. Jerry saw it coming a half a second before I did. Tobias pulled the gun out of his ankle holster and delivered a perfectly timed left hook across his face. I didn't even have enough time to move my gun. Tobias had already hit the floor. Jerry had relieved him of his weapon. I tried to raise my voice above all the others, all the ones screaming, just for them to look and see. Nathaniel wasn't dead. I pointed at the body slumped in the seat by the fireplace to show them I wasn't crazy. I wasn't crazy. I couldn't figure out how to make everyone shut up and listen. If I could whistle, it might have been a good time. But Jerry fired 3 shots into the ceiling and did the trick splendidly. His was the only voice in the now silent room. Jack, buddy, you know I'm your ride or die bitch, but I have to say I'd prefer more ride and less of the die. I looked closer at the man I'd shot. For the first time since I'd met him, I was hoping Nathaniel might have something to contribute. However, he remained motionless, kept his mouth shut. I stepped away from the spot where Wolfgang was regaining his composure on the ground, crossed the short distance to Nathaniel, and poked him in the head a couple of times with the barrel of the gun. He stayed stubbornly still. It didn't take long for me to understand that Nathaniel wasn't coming to my rescue. The house wasn't about to make this easy, and why should it? They spent untold amount of time and resources on this thing, only for me to come by and, stomp all over their sandcastle? Force them back to the drawing board? Those who had engineered the simulation must have been advanced beyond any of my understanding. But there's one emotion that persisted as long as there's been intelligent life, and no amount of utilitarian logic can override it. Simply put, the ones in charge were being petty. I took a deep breath. Jerry, I know how this looks, but hear me out. I've been to the future, sorta. I know things. There aren't any people in this house. It's a trap. All of us are here because our cars mysteriously broke down and we all needed to make a phone call. It was strange how nobody reacted to the bombshell the way I thought they would. Way less shock and horror, way more confusion and horror. I looked at Lauren and said, right? She made a non-committal shrug and said, sure, whatever you say, crazy man. No, it's not like that. I'm telling the truth. Why are you all acting like you don't already know? None of you are meant to be here, right? A long, uncomfortable moment passed before Hope asked, Is this part of the game? Because I'm not having any fun at all. Okay, I said. I see what happened here. They took their memory a step back further. Instead of erasing, they took the reroute, edited the story together and make it look like I was a raving lunatic. Or maybe, Jerry said, stepping closer to me, you just imagined it all. What? No. Not you too, Jerry. Think about it, bro. What's a likelier scenario? That we're all unwitting recruited into a supernatural whodunit simulator? Or your mind is just playing tricks on you again? In an instant, Tobias was on his feet, charging into Jerry from behind. Upon impact, Jerry screamed, "Hot potato!" and flung the pistol into the air. By some miracle, I managed to catch it before it hit the ground. I now had exactly 2 guns more than I ever felt comfortable holding, which made me the de facto man in charge, I guess. Tobias was on top of Jerry, hands around his neck, squeezing the life out of him. I yelled for him to stop, but he wouldn't listen. I swear I meant to fire a warning shot, but I raised the gun it went off in my hand. The others fled the room, running for their lives. Tobias made a noise like a gasp, then he fell on his side. A circle of blood rapidly saturating the back of his coat where the bullet had struck. Jerry sat up, coughing. As soon as he could breathe, he was doing chest compressions on Tobias's lifeless body. I dropped the weapons. Then, I fell onto the seat across from Nathaniel, and waited for whatever was going to happen to go ahead and happen. Jerry's shirt was drenched in Tobias's blood. When he finally gave up and walked over to Nathaniel's corpse, I thought he was going to check for signs of life. But instead, he just reached into the old NPC's coat, pulled out a cigarette tin, and helped himself to a smoke. I watched as he lit the wooden match on the zipper of his coat, took a drag, and then said, "I'm not going to sugarcoat it. You just killed 2 dudes. Probably a little too late to unfuck this donkey." He walked over and knelt down in front of me. "But we can't explain to the police what really happened. You had another one of your episodes. You forgot to take your medicine. It wasn't your fault. None of this was your fault." He was really starting to remind me of Hope's internal monologue. "There aren't any police coming. There aren't going to be any police. What part of We've Been Jumanji do you not understand? You still think you're in a simulation?" He sighed with disappointment, picked up one of the guns at my feet and put it to his head. "Well, if that's the case, why don't I just kill myself now, huh? If you're so certain that none of this is real, what's the point of going on?" He grabbed my hand and pulled it up, pressing the gun against his head. "Come on, Jack. Put your money where your mouth is. Either it's all real, or none of it's real. Pick a lane. Make a decision." His fingers clamped around my hand, holding it in place on the gun. I used my free hand to poke him in the eyes. He yelped loudly like a kicked chihuahua and released his grip. "Jerry," I said, "you remember Lucy, don't you?" He answered slowly. "Lucy? Yeah, sure. Why? What about her?" Lucy was his on-again, off-again long-distance fling for the past few months. They were currently in off-again mode, but there was a period where Jerry wouldn't shut up about her. I knew more about Lucy's personal life than I did my own. What kind of pet does she own? He stared blankly forward at me. He held the word, like I wouldn't realize that he was buying time. Pulled back the hammer on the gun, forcing him to take a guess. "Cat?" I shot him in the foot. The reaction was not at all what I expected. Dog. She said dog, right?" I shot his other foot. "Who are you?" In one quick gesture, he put his hands in his face, curled his fingers into the skin, and ripped it off like a fancy Halloween mask made of gum. The smiling face underneath belonged to the one who called himself the detective. He said it himself. "You will play the game eventually, even if I have to personally play along with you." "Fascinating," he said. "How did you know? Your acting sucks." "You weren't supposed to remember. How could you remember?" "Oh, I wanted to forget everything. There was a part of my mind that I could feel inviting me to go with it all. To release the past few days into nothingness beyond existence. To fill the vacuum with a new memory about how Jerry and I planned a trip to Bedside Manor over a year ago as a retreat from our boring life back home. That memory was pleasant and warm. And fake. I don't pretend to know exactly what's wrong with me, but my memory has never been normal. I probably forget more than a single day than most people forget in their entire life. I constantly struggle to know which of my memories are real or imagined. My doctor tried countless remedies to help with my confusion, and I doubt I could ever understand how much effort goes into maintaining normalcy. How much of my day is spent trying to desperately remember all of the things that I forgot. I guess after all this time, I've built up a slight tolerance to fake memories. I let the useless gun fall to the floor and then asked, "Are we done yet?" "Done? Oh, no, Jack. No. We're just getting started." "Why?" "I think I've proved pretty much that I'm not compatible with whatever this is." "That's perfect. This is a success. We wanted to see what would happen if somebody broke the game. Do you think it's a coincidence that you're all here at the same time? A spy, a black hat hacker, a super genius, a complete maniac, A Class 1 psychic at her prime? And a child who grew up to be the most proficient serial killer of his generation? Wait, which one of those things is supposed to be me? The participants for the stress test are selected exclusively for their chaotic markers. We need to know if everything would work beyond the limits of normal operation. And if they don't, then we catch our mistakes and fix them before colonization begins. If we can make you conform, we can make anyone conform. Why are you telling me all of this? As the tides ebb and flow, so does all the knowledge of the empires rise and fall. Life begins only to end. We put thoughts in your head just to see how easily we could take them away. At that point, I forgot exactly what I was doing. I was only moderately aware that this man, whoever he was talking to me. I couldn't remember where I was or why I was there. I had zoned out completely, but I smiled and nodded along politely, just like I'd been trained to do. Even as my mind continued to wander, this just felt like whatever customer prattled on for too long at the gas station. Come on, dude, you're holding up the line. Nobody wants to hear your opinion. Yes, the weather changes a lot. Yes, sports are full of unpredictable moments. No, I didn't watch the game. Something chittered loudly as it ran across my foot. We can change it up if you want, the man said. I blinked a few times. How long had he been talking? Do you like zombies? We can do zombies. What the heck was he going on about? I could feel the new memory trying to form inside my mind. It was like a warm bed on a cold night, comfortable and seductive. But I knew better than to let it take over and push the harsh truth out of place. But I caught a piece of it. We were trapped here, cut off from the rest of the world. Our car hit something on the road. Something that looked human, but it wasn't. It attacked us. We barely made it to the house in one piece before they started swarming us. Tobias sat up, a deep guttural growl emanating from his chest. He got to his feet and began to shamble toward us, his arms outstretched, mouth wide open. The detective acted like nothing was out of the ordinary. We prepared for our final stand, but tensions grew hot. Tobias wanted to be in charge. He was going to get us all killed. I looked for the gun. I needed to end this monster before it reached me. He was infected. And in a moment, I shook the thought out of my head. The smile on the detective's face disappeared. Okay, he said. Forget the zombies. Tobias instantly evaporated in a puff of smoke. Why don't we try to make things a little bit more interesting? The room around us disappeared, blinking out of existence for an infinitesimally small second. Before my mind had time to register the frame skip, my surroundings had been replaced. The walls were concrete, the air thick and wet, the only light coming from a single bare incandescent bulb hanging from the ceiling. I had been transported to the basement? Coda the bear was gone now, in his place, or her place. Coda is a girl's name, right? Stood an upright, tall wooden coffin. Before I had time to say, what the hell? The scene had already been set in motion. The door of the casket creaked open loudly to reveal a woman sleep standing inside with her eyes closed and arms crossed. How did she open the door without her hands? What? I recognized her instantly. It was Bridget, or at least a version of her. I almost averted my eyes because there was something undeniably creepy about watching an unconscious woman, especially one wearing nothing but a thinner-than-paper thin white gown. Her outfit hugged her features like a second skin. She may as well have been wearing nothing at all. But before I could turn away, her eyes opened up. Two burning pupils immediately fixated on me. She uncrossed her arms and stepped forward. Although the way she moved might have been better described as floating. Her long red hair rippling behind her like a light trail photography, obeying its own laws of physics. Is he ready? She asked, freezing just out of smacking distance. Her strange accent was now far more exaggerated, and as she spoke, it exposed two elongated canine teeth. I'm sorry, I said as politely as possible. Do you want to, borrow my jacket or something? It's a little cold in here. He is ready. A second voice came from right behind my ear. I turned around to see Lauren, scantily clad in what can only be described as a dominatrix swimsuit. Black leather fishnets, mascara, lipstick, and nothing else. The mind flaying is complete. He has no idea where he is or what happened. He is utterly confused. I absolutely agreed. Well, with the last thing she said. Everything else felt like gibberish. Excellent, Bridget exclaimed. She was right behind me now. Her hands wrapped around my torso. Her fingers settled over my heart, and she pulled me to her, pressing her cold chest against my back, and whispering in my ear, "I've wanted this one since the moment he walked in." I stammered, do you ladies know how much a polar bear weighs? They both laugh-cackled. I could see now that Lauren bore the same fangs as Bridget. It felt awkward as hell. Right then, the door to the basement stairs broke at the lock and slammed against the concrete wall. Jerry stood on the other side, covered in blood, a crossbow in his hands, and a look of gleeful madness in his eyes. The women immediately stopped laughing. "Impossible," Bridget hissed. "You're supposed to be dead." "Yeah," he responded, taking a step into the room. "Well, you're supposed to be stupid. I guess I'm the only one here defying expectations." With that, he aimed the crossbow at Lauren and let an arrow fly. As it pierced her chest, she screamed and fell to her knees and exclaimed, "Ah, you've killed me, you butthole!" Her final words lingered in the air as she burst into white flames that quickly extinguished, leaving behind only a pile of ash. Bridget pushed me into the wall with way more force than someone her size should have been capable of. I hit the ground and watched as she floated toward Jerry. "You're too late, Jeremiah Cumberbatch. The mind flaying is complete. Your friend now believes that none of this is real. Nothing you say will convince him otherwise. Your only choice is to join us." Jerry threw the crossbow on the ground as she closed the distance. She bared her teeth and hissed. She went for the attack. She must not have seen the wooden stake tucked under his belt. He pulled it out and thrust the weapon into her heart, and quipped, "Suck on this, bloodsucker." She wailed in pain as her skin burst into a brilliant white fire. I don't know, I guess I should have been wearing a little more armor over the only vulnerable organ, but nobody asked my opinion. Anyway, I stretched and I wiggled my extremities to test for any broken bones. My shoulder took most of the brunt force from the attack, but save for a nasty bruise, I couldn't really complain. As I got back to my feet, Jerry ran up to my side and started shaking me like a human Macarena. "Jack," he shouted, "are you okay? Talk to me, damn it!" I waited for him to stop shaking me before answering. "Fine." He smacked me and he said, "Snap out of it." I smacked him back as hard as I could. "Don't hit people, dude. We've talked about this." He pressed his hand against my cheek and said, "Do you know where you are? Can you remember what's going on?" "Well?" I looked around. "I think we're still trapped in Bedside Manor." I looked at the pile of ashes on the floor. I said, "However, I feel like I might have missed something." He grabbed me and shook me again. "It's your mind. They flayed it." "Who did?" "The vampires." "Oh. Okay. What?" "Here's what happened. Your name is Jack Townsend. I'm your best friend, Jerry. I loaned you $10,000. You can pay me back when you can. And then we went on a cross-country road trip until we mysteriously broke down outside of this spooky manor. We came here to ask if we could use the phone. Then, bam. Turns out this was just another one of those classic, sexy vampire dens. I've been killing them all night. They captured you, and they wanted to turn you into their Renfield sex slave. But the only way to do it was to erase your memories." He grabbed the crossbow on the floor. "So, you're telling me that I've been brainwashed by sexy vampires to believe that this was all a simulation?" "Simulation?" he repeated, pulling an arrow from the quiver slung across his shoulder, then loading the weapon. "You mean like the 1999 sci-fi classic The Matrix?" "No, more like He shoved the weapon into my hands. "No time to discuss genre-redefining cinematic masterpieces. We have to get out of here before their King Wolfgang recovers from my garlic bazooka. It's a long story. Remind me and I'll tell you later." He was already at the stairs when I stopped him with one simple question. "Hey, what kind of pet does Lucy have?" He turned around to see me aiming the weapon at his face. He blinked a few times and said, "Easy there, Jack. You don't want to shoot me. I'm your friend." You have no idea who Lucy is, do you? Just like how you didn't know that our sheriff was a woman named O'Brien. Lucy doesn't have social media, and the researchers for this little experiment skipped leg day. Jack, that's just your mind flaying talking. So do you know Lucy? Of course. Prove it then. What kind of pet does she have? She has a pet snake? I gave him a few seconds just in case he wanted a do-over. Then I said, "Wrong again. Shit." I aimed for his foot, but crossbows aren't nearly as intuitive as you might believe. The weapon went off about a half second after I expected it to. The arrow ended up lodged in his knee. The thing calling itself Jerry put his hands on his hips and gave me an "Are you satisfied?" scowl, shook his head. The walls disappeared. I saw nothing but darkness. And then I opened my eyes to a blinding light. A blinding flashlight, to be exact. I could hear Hope's voice before I could see anything. "Pupils are equal and reactive," she said. I sat up. She pushed me back down. Another pair of hands joined hers, holding me in place on my back. The metal ceiling only a few feet above me. This room was small. There were shelves on either side with individually wrapped packages. The air smelled like a strange combination of sterility, dirt, and copper. Interesting, I thought. This is new. I'm in a whole new environment now. I was prone on some kind of slab with Hope standing to my left, and I just now realized the detective was on my right. They were both dressed in matching blue uniforms, with the snake-wrapped staff of Hermes emblem on their breasts. I recognized it all too well as the symbol of a paramedic. Hope had a syringe in her hands. Not for long. The detective may have been shushing me or whispering for me to calm down, but I had no intention of letting a needle come anywhere close to me. I bent my good leg as far as I could and kicked Hope square in the face, sending her crashing into the ground. That sounds impressive, unless you know I was actually aiming for the syringe. The detective released me and raced to his partner. I sat up and looked at the open back doors of the ambulance. We were parked on the side of a lonely country road. The sun was setting. Nearby, my Nissan crumpled around an oak tree. The vehicle was utterly destroyed. The only part that wasn't twisted and mangled was a small section on the passenger side. Blood spray decorated the hood and the remaining bits of the windshield. Between the ambulance and the tree, two more paramedics stood by something shaped like a body, lying under a blanket. The detective helped Hope to her feet, then turned to me and said, "Please, sir, calm down. We're not going to hurt you. You've been in a terrible accident. You suffered major head trauma. We're trying to help you." I rolled my eyes. Come on, dude. This has got to be the worst one yet. I'm not trying to trick you. When we arrived at the scene, you already lost a lot of blood. Skip intro, I said, cutting him off. I've actually been inside ambulances plenty of times, so I know that this doesn't look right. I mean, seriously, you guys aren't even wearing gloves. The detective and Hope shared a look. I waved my hands in the air and said, "Next." The ambulance vanished with a poof. The world came back to me. I was in a very different place. The floor was made of stone. Brick walls were lit by torches and decorated with medieval-style weapons and shields, with a pair of windows looking out at smoke clouds, flickering red with the reflections of fires burning deep below. I sat up, just as the enormous wooden doors at the end of the hall swung open. The man who entered wore a suit of armor, scuffed with dirt and blood from a recent battle. As soon as the door closed behind him, he removed his helmet. "Tobias." "My lord," he said, looking at me for some reason. He took a knee before continuing. "The undead army has reached the castle gates. Our warriors are preparing for their final stand. We await your command." I looked around the giant room. We were the only people in here. "Why are you asking me? Oh shit, am I like the king of this scenario? I mean, I guess it's a step up, but you say undead army?" At this point, I realized I was also wearing a suit of armor. It fit miraculously well. It was like it had been tailored to my exact dimensions. Unlike Tobias's silver, mine was shining gold. Interestingly, my bad foot had been replaced by a bejeweled peg leg with spikes. An interesting, if not totally impractical, battle aesthetic. "My lord," Tobias said with a tad more urgency, "your tongue belies your majesty's wisdom. What foul spirits have nested in your mouth? What manner of dark enchantment has bewitched you?" "I have no idea what you just said." Tobias stood and called into the air, "Great wizard, show yourself. In this very hour, your king requires aid." A purple burst of smoke took the form of an old man in a dark robe. His eyes were hidden beneath a black veil. He held a staff with etchings of snakes running up and down the hilt. His face contained the all-too-familiar, overgrown walrus mustache. "Why have you summoned me from the front line? The undead army has breached the castle walls." "Great wizard, his majesty speaks. Madness! The enemy must have enspelled his mind." Nathaniel Wizard waved his hand, dimming the lights temporarily, and conjuring a great bird made out of fire. It soared from the staff into the air and crashed into the ceiling, spilling into a fireball before dissipating. With a solemn tone, he gave an answer. "Our dour fate has befallen our precious king. The necromantic sorcerers have placed a curse upon his memories. He believes that he is not only the heir of our kingdom, that he is not even from our world." "Can this madness be undone?" Tobias said. "I fear it may be too late, but there is hope. A counterspell is yet possible." At the moment, the door swung open again. Jerry raced in, covered from head to toe in mismatching armor. "Holy fucking shit, guys. The goblins are here, and they are, angry as fuck. These fuckers have, boomerangs made out of human bones and shit. Have you seen this shit? This shit is cray." He saw me and gave me a quick nod of recognition. "Yo, Jack, what up?" Tobias let out an annoyed grunt. Jerry shrugged. "Sorry, dude. I explicitly told you before we even started that I have no idea how to do the Dungeons and Dragons voice." Tobias lowered his head and pinched the bridge of his nose. "So," I said, "maybe you guys kind of overshot with this one?" The detective materialized out of the shadows. With a snap of his fingers, the others disappeared, just leaving the two of us. "You are an enigma, Jack. Maybe I've been going about this all wrong. You don't seem particularly accepting of excitement. Perhaps a compromise can be made." I looked up from the typewriter. Claire entered the room. She smiled and said, "Knock, knock." A moment too late for it to have mattered. Still, I couldn't help but return her smile. It was, in a word, enchanting. I looked at the clock on my desk. 5:30. I had worked late again. Claire must have realized I was in the zone. She didn't want to interrupt the creative process. That was one thing I loved about her. "How's it going?" she asked. I checked my progress. About 5,000 words today," I said. "Not terrible. 2 or 3 of them might actually make the final cut." "Did you finish the vampire scene?" she said, walking over to my side. "Yeah," I answered, "but you may not want to read it." "I can't read any of your stories," she said before leaning in to give me a kiss. "They're all too weird for me." "Fair. Let's pack it up for tonight, though. I need help in the kitchen." I left the story of Bedside Manor open on a Word document, and I knew I probably wouldn't be returning to it for a couple of months. That's fine, though. My publisher already told me in no uncertain terms that the concept had absolutely no merit whatsoever. My time would be better spent writing scripts for car insurance commercials. "That's where the big money is," he always said. We passed through the living room where the twins were sitting on the couch watching cartoons, completely transfixed by whatever the talking cow and kangaroo deer had to say to them. Claire stepped in between them and the TV to get their attention. "It's time to get ready for dinner," she explained in her mom voice. "Your Aunt Lauren and Uncle Jerry are coming over." Our kids cheered like lunatics, as if they didn't see Jerry and Lauren on a weekly basis. They raced into the bedroom. A thought occurred to me. A dark, sour thought. A feeling like a scab being ripped off my brain. Claire looked over at me. Her piercing blue eyes registered the thought at the same time. We both knew that we both knew. We talked over one another, stopped, and then tried again. She laughed and insisted. No, you go first. I shrugged. None of this feels right. Yeah, she agreed. I know. I sighed. This has got to be the weirdest one yet. I mean, no offense, it's not you. I think you're cute and all. She smiled and said, Oh, I get it. You're ace as hell. She held out her hand. I took it in mine and shook it. Her grip was firm, professional, and totally platonic. I looked around for the emergency exit, but I couldn't find it. Instead, I saw my children staring up at me with sad, dead eyes. Daddy, they said in unison. Sorry, kids, nothing personal. They evaporated into puffs of smoke. The world around me drained away, leaving nothing but darkness and eternity, an unending void. What is this place? I asked. The void responded, putting words into my head. Don't you understand? This place is whatever you wish it to be. You want to be in the secret government experiment so you can be a hero? You want to make this into something you can hate so you can destroy it? You want to make this into heaven so you can finally relax? This can be anything and everything you want, deep down. All you have to do is play the game. Okay, I said. An idea just struck me. We can go back to the castle one, right? Seriously? Whatever the void was, it seemed that it couldn't read my mind. Yeah, seriously. It had no idea what I was planning. The eternal nothingness vanished with a poof. I was back in the castle. The enormous wooden doors at the edge of the hall swung open. A man entered who wore a suit of armor, scuffed with dirt and blood from a recent battle. As soon as the door closed behind him, he removed his helmet. Tobias. My lord, he said before taking a knee. The undead army had reached our castle gates. Our warriors are preparing for the final stand. We await your command. I command you? I looked around to see if there was anyone here to stop me. There wasn't. Hey, what's that over there? Tobias turned over his shoulder, at whatever I was pointing at. While he was momentarily distracted, I made a running break for the closest window. The last words I had heard before diving out face first were, My lord, no! Just as expected. I was far enough off the ground to get the job done. In the distance, goblins and skeletons fought manifold knights clad in battle armor. But my focus was on the ever-approaching ground. I was weightless, falling, speeding toward an inevitable collision. They say jumpers almost always invariably regret their decisions the moment they jump. My own experience was no exception, but it was the only thing I knew to do. It was the only way I could jolt my system. It's the only thing I knew to do. I've heard it a million times before. Dream logic. You can fall, you can fly, but you can never hit the ground, or else you die in real life. That's why you always wake up right before it's too late. May have been an old wives' tale, but at that point, I had nothing left to lose. The earth came up to meet me, and because I couldn't stop for death, he kindly yada yada yada. My eyes shot open. I was awake. Finally awake. I took in my surroundings, where we were again, seated around the dinner table. To my right, Jerry. To my left, Lauren. Across from me, I could barely make it out, but it looked like it must have been, at some point, Wolfgang. My eyes stung like they had been in salt for hours. My muscles were jelly, my head was heavy and off balance. And as I moved my neck, I could feel something adjusting itself. Something that felt like a series of shallow knives stabbed into my skin and my hair, releasing streams of my own blood down my forehead behind my ears. I reached up, and I pulled a heavy bowl-shaped object on my head. But as I pulled, the knives dug deeper. The pain was almost too much to bear. In a moment filled with panic and adrenaline, I pulled with all my strength, yanking the object free. I looked down at the thing in my hands and saw an insect, kicking its 6 pointy legs in the air. Chunks of my own flesh attached to its serrated feet. It looked like a giant gray mite, only it was about a foot in diameter, with a shell like a horseshoe crab. Where its mouth should have been was instead a thick white serrated tube running into my own mouth. Something within the crab shell vibrated, emanating a loud chirping noise. Crick, 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 crick. I dropped the mite onto its back, grabbed the tube inside my mouth and started pulling. It was sticky, slimy, rubbery, and, worst of all, long. I could feel it wriggling in my throat as I pulled it out, 3 or 4 inches at a time. But the more I pulled, the more emerged, until it was just a coil of white tube a few yards long. When I finally reached the end, I saw that it had a pair of black eyes and a mouth of its own, with concentric circles of hundreds of yellow hooked teeth. At the end, I was looking into a tiny lamprey face. The noise it made when I locked eyes with it was loud and shrill. Crick, 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 crick. I tossed it aside and dry heaved as every muscle in my body screamed. A tingling feeling returned to my arms and leg. Tears washed the burn from my eyes, and I could now see with clear horror exactly what surrounded me. The helmet bugs were sitting on top of all the others. The calamari mouth tubes suckled into their mouths, and the creatures clenched themselves in place. The room was the same, but so different. Light came from a bioluminescent white film that covered the surfaces of the walls and everywhere around us. Looked like a glowing, congealed fat. The mouth tube on the creature I tossed aside was now screeching. Crick, 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 crick. It whipped around like an uncontrollable fire hose. Crick, 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 crick. As soon as I was strong enough to stand, I stomped it into oblivion. Crick, crick, crick. The mite creature's legs stopped skittering in the air and slowly curved in on themselves. It got off lucky. Death was too good for that bastard. My next move was to try to wake Jerry. He would know what to do, or at least have something funny to say about our predicament. But the creature on his head had 6 legs firmly embedded into his skull. I couldn't figure out any way to remove the bug without risking a fatal scalping. As I considered pulling his mouth tube, I realized that Jerry had grown a beard since the last time I had seen him. Even with the bug helmet, I could see that his hair had grown significantly longer. He must have been sitting at this table for a couple of weeks at least. The realizations came to me in waves. He was wearing the same clothes he'd had on when we walked up the hill to Bedside Manor. I was also back in my jeans and t-shirt. The floor was sticky patches and spaghetti noodle plants wriggling out of the carpet every few feet, releasing these clouds of ashy spores into the air. On the table, where the plates should have been, there were a cluster of translucent egg sacs, each egg about the size of a ping pong ball, and containing multiple tiny embryos. To top it off, everyone at the table was different now. They were all emaciated, the worst of all being Tobias and Bridget, mummified corpses with dark tan skin stretched out across skeletal remains. Wolfgang was naked, taller, gaunt, and stretched out like a starving child that had aged into a malnourished adulthood. He and his mother must have been sitting in that place for years. Claire and Lauren were wearing the same clothing as when we attempted to escape together. It felt like such a long time ago. I couldn't tell how long the sisters had been here, but they both looked like they were starving. I needed to check to see if any of them were breathing, or if the insects had sucked the life out of all of their husks. Strips of blood dried on the lines down Claire's face long ago. The tube of the insect pulsed as I got closer. The parasitic monster was clearly aware of my presence, even if none of the others were. Maybe I could scare it away or pry it off, but first I needed to see if wasting my time was a futile effort. I put my hand to Claire's neck, hoping to find a pulse. Her skin felt cold to my fingertips. If there was any trace of a heartbeat, I couldn't find it. I didn't need to. Her hand shot up and wrapped around my wrist. Her eyes opened wide and stared ahead, right through me. And then I heard her voice inside my head. "Get out while you still can. Don't try to save us." She released her grip and let her hand fall to her side. Her eyes closed, and she was still like a frozen lake. "Claire," I said, "I'm not leaving you." There was a different voice in my head now. Not Claire's. Not mine. Someone. Something else. "You're not supposed to be here, Jack." I felt a blazing heat on my back like a fire run amok. I turned to face the source and nearly missed it. The thing emitting this invisible radiation was sitting there, at the head of the table, at the same place where it had been this entire time. I knew he was there, only I couldn't see him. He didn't reflect any kind of light. He's like some kind of dark hole. He absorbed everything around him, but I could sense his presence if I focused hard enough. He was in the shape of a human. 1 head, 2 arms, all that stuff. Except he wasn't made of flesh and matter. He was made of negative space. I physically couldn't even point my eyes at him, but I knew he was there. "Hey," I said, "is this whole thing your idea?" "Yes," he said back in a voice that sounded like a hiss of steam. "Well, it's quite awful and I hate it." "I know. You weren't never supposed to see this. No one has ever woken up before. Not in a billion worlds, not in a trillion years. There is no protocol for this." "What are you supposed to be anyway?" "We are as the microbiota who lived in the intestines. We help you. We keep you alive and strong, and in return, you feed us. Our species are in symbiosis. We wish you no harm." "Oh, really?" I said, wiping fresh blood out of my brow. "You could have fooled me. What with all the death and torture and everything." "We survive off the emotion and energy you throw away. Excitement, fear, love, hate, it all tastes the same. When our hosts allow it, we sow euphoric sustenance. But if our host tries to starve us, we make darker withdrawals in the name of survival. Surely you understand." "Understand my dick!" I screamed. This negative void entity was really starting to piss me off. "Perhaps," the voice said with some hesitation, "a compromise would be in order." For a brief instant, I felt a flicker of hope. The entity running this nightmare wanted to come to the proverbial table. Gods don't need to negotiate, do they? The fact that it was willing to bargain could only mean it knew I was capable of harming it. I just had to figure out what it was afraid of. Compromise, huh? I looked around the room. Well, you could start by letting all of us go. Maybe adding in a new car? That is not possible. I'd settle for an old car. You may leave this place. You may take one of the other players with you. Choose well, for this is the only chance you get. It made sense. The game needed to continue, no matter what the cost. These creatures survived for years without me or Jerry, but their nest had reached max capacity with 6 hosts. If any more than 2 of us left, there wouldn't be enough to feed the brood. I wasn't going to lose any sleep over leaving Wolfgang to dream it out forever, but running away wasn't much of an option either. I looked at Jerry, then turned to Claire. Her words echoed in my mind. Get out while you still can. Don't try to save us. This wasn't fair. I had beaten the game. I had escaped. And this is my reward? Another impossible moral dilemma? Even if I did make a deal to rescue the other person, or even if I stayed behind so Claire and Jerry could both get out, I would just be delaying the Void's plans. 2 other poor suckers would replace the empty roles, and then the game might actually get played. Then, whatever the next step was supposed to be, I'm still not completely sure what they were planning. There was only one real option. Everything else was merely a distraction. I had to stop the game for good. I didn't know how, but if there was one person in the world that could fuck shit up enough to save the day, it was Jerry. I walked over to where he sat and grabbed the fleshy umbilical cord connecting him to the bug on his head. With both hands, I began yanking it out of Jerry's throat. "Stop that," commanded the entity at the head of the table. He didn't like what I was doing. That was a sign I was on the right path. The thing wriggled in my hands as I removed it inch by inch. It was a yard long when I finally managed the sound of a klach. The head of the creature popped out of Jerry's mouth, recoiled to my face, and then screeched, "Crick, crick, 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 crick." Jerry's eyes popped open. He gagged, sputtered, and looked around and said, "What in the holy name of Xenu?" The wormy tentacle whipped out of my hands and darted for Jerry's mouth again, like a moth to a lamp. Considering how many benders I'd seen him recover from, it shouldn't have been a surprise how quick his reflexes returned to him after regaining consciousness. Without even taking the time to panic, he punched the creature in its tiny face and said, "At least buy me a drink first." "Jerry," I yelled, "no time to explain. We've been tripping and deep-throating monster juju this whole time." He looked at the others in the room, at all the bugs latched onto their heads. With a grossed-out expression, he put a hand to his own head and felt the creature there. "Quick!" he yelled, reaching into his pocket to pull out a metal lighter. "Grab the prehensile proboscis, Jack." "I don't know what that means." "The tiny teethy tube. Jesus, Jack, learn context clues." I grabbed the tiny teethy tube out of the air. It wriggled and fought back. I dodged its snapping teeth as Jerry worked the lighter for a few flicks, but eventually, he managed to catch a steady flame. When he held it under the bug's shell, crick, 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 it screeched in my hands. The body portion detached from Jerry's head and kicked the lighter out of his hand. It jumped away. As soon as it was loose, I swung it around in the air and gave it my best hammer throw into the wall. "Enough," shouted the void. "I command you to stop." Jerry pointed at the entity at the head of the table, turned away momentarily to vomit on the floor, and then asked, "What is that thing?" "I don't know, something stupid." It seemed to rise like it was standing or growing. "There are 8 billion hungry mouths waiting to be fed. You cannot stop all of us." Jerry picked up his chair and flung it at the void. "Try me, bitch." The void disappeared with the sound of a crack, like thunder. The voice still lingered. "You will end this senseless violence or else. We will not be kind the next time we put you back in the game. Your whole species will be to blame when they wake up in a hellscape." I heard a noise that nearly stopped my heart. An avalanche of stabs. I turned around to see hundreds of the insectoids crawling through the door, skittering toward us on 1,000 feet, emerging from the fat on the wall, burrowing out of holes in the floor, crawling across the ceiling. Most of them were smaller than the ones that grabbed onto us. Fresh hatchlings, bodies the size of coins and mouth tubes as long as rulers. They covered every inch of the floor, climbing over one another, flowing toward us, reaching out with their lamprey mouths, screeching that terrible noise. Jerry jumped onto the table, grabbed my hand, and hoisted me up. They expanded to the walls and began to cover the white bioluminescent film. The room grew darker and darker. "All right," Jerry said. "Don't panic. I have a plan. First, I'm going to jump onto the chandelier and swing across the room." He didn't finish what he was saying. One of the legs of the table broke under our weight. We toppled off the top of it and slammed into a pile of hatchlings at Bridget's feet. I stood up and wiped the bug goo off my shoulder. Then I jumped onto the chair with Bridget. Now that I was close, it was hard not to see what the creatures had done to her. Her hair was long and gray, her clothes worn down to tatters. Her jerkified skin clung tightly over the bone like it had been vacuum sealed. And, in the dim light, I could easily see her pupils bouncing around rapidly, back and forth behind her closed eyelids. She may have been sucked dry, but these insects were keeping her alive, somehow. I couldn't focus on that, though, not right now. An idea struck me. I pointed at Tobias's shriveled husk and shouted, "Jerry, weapon!" Jerry didn't miss a beat. He sloshed through the puddle of insects and grabbed Tobias's skeletal arm. He put a foot against the man's torso and said, Sorry, T-Bone, before ripping the limb free from its socket with a sickening thwack. One of the adult insects leapt through the air. Jerry punted it across the room with Tobias's arm. I meant his gun! Oh, Jerry dropped the arm and bent down, ripped the fabric of Tobias's decaying pants and picked up the gun where it had settled on the floor by his ankle. The bug spread up his arms and legs. An army of the little bastards were stabbing their way up Bridget's chair onto my leg as well. There were too many. We would have never been able to kill them all. But for the briefest moments, I considered begging Jerry to just shoot both of us. But then Jerry pointed at the cluster of eggs on the wall and fired. The sound of the gunshot in the tiny room was loud, but the reacting screams of hundreds of shrill, otherworldly monsters was nearly deafening. The walls reverberated from the collective hissing. All of them together flowed away from the noise. They dropped from my clothes and my skin and ran back into their holes in the walls and the floor. They retreated en masse. It would seem they weren't used to their food fighting back like this. Jack. The voice was weak. I turned my head to see Claire. Her eyes were unfocused. Fresh crimson lines ran down her face. She looked at me, tried to stand, and then collapsed back into her chair. The creature that had been draining her had retreated, along with all the others. At the sound of the gunshot, a pained moan escaped Lauren's throat. Before I could say anything, Jerry screamed a word that I've heard him scream far too many times. Fire! He was pointing at the other side of the room where his lighter had landed, with the wick still lit. A ring of flame steadily expanded outward on the carpet. When the fire hit the wall, it ran up the edges like a dry fuse. Egg sacs sizzled and popped. Tiny monsters screeched and fell onto the floor. Before I knew it, the fire had reached the ceiling. I forced myself to ignore that, for now, and focus on escape. I ran to Claire's side. Jerry took my lead and rushed over to Lauren. Claire's eyes opened momentarily. She rolled her head to one side as she focused on me. She said, "Don't. Please, save yourself. We're getting you out of here. You and your sister." She closed her eyes, too weak to fight. "No, I don't." That was it. She was unconscious again. I assumed she was trying to say something like, "I don't know how to thank you," but I felt the fire against my back. A real fire now. So there wasn't any time to reconsider. I put an arm around her back, and then another beneath her legs. I scooped her up. It was shocking how little she weighed. Somehow, I found room in my heart to hate this house even more for what it put us through. I looked over and saw Jerry had thrown Lauren over his shoulder in a fireman's carry. She continued to moan as he led the way out of the burning room. The walls of the great room were completely covered in the same waxy, white, flammable substance. A hexagonal pattern emerged like a beehive shape, with each section containing clusters of translucent eggs. They vibrated as we entered the room, swelling and bouncing in tandem, like the house was breathing. A pair of mites, both the size of English mastiffs, crawled down the wall on either side of the front door. Their tube appendages were as thick as elephant trunks. "Wait," commanded the creature closest to us. The same crepitating voice that Maggie had used when she invited us into the manor all that time ago. "You can't go. It's dangerous out there." Another voice entered the room. A man's voice. This one sounded like Nathaniel. It sounded like it was coming from the other creature. "I believe now would be an excellent time for us to come together and work as a team if we're to solve the mystery of Bedside Manor." Jerry took aim and fired at the one that sounded like Maggie. Its hind exploded in red goo, prompting the other monster to dive onto the ground and burrow into the crack. Jerry pointed the gun at the floor. That thing could be anywhere now. "Jack." Claire's voice was in my head. She was weak and losing a lot of blood. I looked at her as she struggled to tell me something. "I don't have a..." "What are we waiting for?" Jerry blurted out. He moved for the door. I followed. Whatever Claire needed to confide in us, she could wait till it was outside. We hit the door. We came out on the other side. We kept running. It was the middle of the night, the only light coming from the full moon. The air was humid and full of cicada screams. We kept running until we were halfway down the driveway. Then I stopped. I needed to help Claire. I needed to stop the bleeding. I laid her down on the grass and started searching my pockets for something to help. Sunscreen, trail mix, useless. Lauren sounded like she was coming too, with a gnarly hangover. Jerry let her down. She instantly went to her knees. He didn't even hesitate to pull off his shirt and start ripping it to bandage threads. I took the fabric and wrapped it around Claire's head. I tried to wake her up while I tended to her older sister. "Claire, can you hear me?" I repeated myself a little louder. "Claire, can you hear me?" Her eyes opened, focused on mine. Lauren staggered to our side and Claire began to speak. Where are we?" "Awake," I answered, hoping with every bit of hope that it was the truth. "Damn," Jerry said. I turned around to see what he was looking at. The manor. The flames grew quickly. Heavy smoke billowed from the windows. The unearthly screeching succumbed to silence. Before I knew it, the house was entirely aflame, fire lapping at the underbellies of the clouds. Should we keep running?" I said at last. "No," answered Lauren. "We need to make sure none of those things get out." Nobody voiced any objections. After everything we'd been through, we were all so tired. It felt good to sit back and watch the house die. Once Lauren and Claire were able to walk again, we left the manor for the last time. As soon as we hit the front of the property, we saw the car graveyard on the other side of the road. It was hidden in plain sight. A huge field with at least 20 different vehicles parked haphazardly, most of them with all the doors open. Some, it seemed, had been rusting away for decades. At the very back, I found my shitty little Nissan. "Who parked this here?" I asked. But as soon as the words came out of my mouth, I remembered. The bandaged memory had fallen out of place. I was no longer under the spell. We parked here. On purpose. Jerry saw the house and thought it might be smart to leave our car and check it out. It seemed like a good idea at the time. I shook my head. There was another conflicting memory taking up the same spot. We broke down a mile down the road and walked over here to use the phone. There weren't any other cars. My head throbbed. I was getting a migraine from all the record books. I still can't tell which one of these memories was real, if either one. The engine started right away. Jerry offered to drive. I gave Lauren shotgun while Claire and I took the back seat. We sped away from that place as fast as Jerry could take us. Only when we were a few miles away did I dare quit looking out the back window. It was gone. Done. Behind us. I finally let myself look away. I found Claire staring at me. "What was it you were trying to tell me earlier?" I wondered. I received an answer to my question before I could even ask it. "Jack," she said softly, "I don't have a sister." I turned my head to see Lauren leaning back in her seat, looking right at me. I felt a familiar buzzing energy run down my spine. She smiled and winked. Whew. That was a fucking... God, this... Guys, buy this book. Fuck the Patreon, fuck all that shit, fuck the like... Well, no, do like and share. Buy this book right now. Thank you for watching. Please like, share, do all that stuff YouTube likes. I have a couple of ideas for projects, but that being said, I have 2 collaborations I'm going to be working on here soon. I'm still trying to find the right story, and if you guys have any suggestions for stories that you would like to see me do with 2 very special people separately, let me know. Thank you so much for watching. Please like, share, do all that stuff, and we'll see you in the next one. God, that was such a good book. Guys, seriously, go support Jack Townsend. Dude's a phenomenal author.